GL Chapter 38, Section 18, and Governor Healy's March 29th, 2023 revised order extending remote participation by all members in any meeting of a public body. This meeting, the select board will be conducted both in person and via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and or parties with a right and a requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the town website. Committee members and members of the public may attend this meeting in person or remotely. Instructions for remote access can be found at the top of any agenda. Every effort will be made to ensure that those attending remotely can access the proceedings in real time via technological means. Pursuant to MGL 7C 30A, Section 20F, after notifying the chair of a public body, any person may make a video, audio recording of an open session of a meeting of a public body, or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Beginning of the meeting, the chair shall inform other attendees of any such recordings. This meeting is being recorded by the Berkshire Edge, Berkshire Eagle, PPSP, and the town of Great Barrington. Any member of the public wishing to speak at the meeting must receive permission of the chair. The listing of agenda items are those reasonably anticipated by the chair, which may be discussed at the meeting. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and items not listed may be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by law. So let me go over a few bit of housekeeping here tonight, and then we'll jump right into the meeting. So I first want to thank interim town manager Chris Rumble for his memo dated March 21st, outlining the job ahead of us tonight and listing proposed cuts. I talked to Chris. I don't agree with some. I agree with others, but at least it's a talking point, and we need to move this along. So I really want to thank you for doing that. Tonight, the order we're going to go in, we're going to finish tab 6, which is the departments. That shouldn't take long at all. We're almost done with them. We will then go to special articles, which is tab 9. We'll then take up Chris's memo, which it was sent out and was on March 21st. And then capital will be the last thing we do. Rationale for capital being the last thing is, although it's important and we have to finish it, it doesn't affect the difference in the levy limit or on our taxes this year. It does in the future, of course. So that's the limit. I say to the select board and finance committee, if we don't finish tonight, we have to finish by Tuesday. And we need 48 hours to post a meeting. So let's do our best to finish tonight, because that gives us Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to meet. So let's do our best. I'm not going in a marathon. So we need to have discussion, but let's keep the discussion to things that are pertinent to the budget. And I know that's sometimes hard because there are things that do relate to that. So what has happened so far is this is the second time through departments. And it will be the second time through capital, second time through special articles, first time through Chris's memo. Whenever we take a vote tonight, our ultimate goal is what we're recommending to the public hearing on April 8th at 6 o'clock. So let's say we take a vote on a department, let's say select board and town manager. It's nothing is safe until we adjourn this meeting. So if we take a vote and say, we're gonna cut that department by 5,000, and we get to the end and we're still over the levy limit, we could be going back to every department. So I know it's a little confusing and it's a little out of the ordinary, but our goal is twofold. One is to get under the levy limit. I think we all agree to that. The other is to not have, and there's a lot of fat, but to not have fat in the budget and to try to lower our taxes. That may be a aspirational goal, but we have to get below the levy limit, however we decide to do that. So the other thing that I think I should explain to people is I think it is at the end of the first part, tab 6, the departments, the school district is in there. What we're looking for tonight is a recommendation going into the public hearing and then for the warrant. We can't add, change, subtract, do anything because it's a separate municipal entity. So all we're looking for, we can have some discussion, but, and one of the things I would prefer tonight is to try to keep the discussion to what actually affects our tax rate. Yeah, there are other things that coming down the road in the years. For instance, school choice, yeah, we all know that that's a problem, been a problem for 30 years and, you know, maybe we can continue working on it, but that's not gonna work tonight. We're not gonna change it between now and May. So it's just my suggestion that we try to keep it not brief, but to the topic, because we do have a lot to discuss tonight. So I think where we'll start is on we will start on page 27 under tab 6.
Steve, do you want to do the minutes?
Oh, thank you. Sorry. We have sets of 3 minutes. You want to make the first motion with changes?
Sure. Should I make the motion and then suggest the changes? But I'll make a motion that we approve, can we do all, well.
You can do all 3 at once as long as people
Yeah.
are here.
So the motion to approve the minutes of February 1st, February 2nd, and February 18th.
Second,
I would like some discussion. I have some minor corrections.
If they're minor, you can just put them on now and vote once on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
All right, so for February 11th, so topic departmental budgets, number 3, point number N, community service. It reads, Chris Rumbold stated, this no budget. So it should be worded to that there are no funds in this budget. I think it's for clarity.
Yeah.
So that's my only correction on that one. On February 12th, I'd like to correct, it says at one point under citizen speak, a person name unintelligible stated, and I don't want to suggest that their name is unintelligible, but just that the statement over Zoom was unintelligible. I don't want to suggest that their name is not intelligible. So that's just again a wording change. And then on the 18th, it says that a request was made. Oh, I'm sorry, this was for Berkshire South under special articles. And it said a request was made for a list of families served by town. And I don't think we want a list of people's names. So if we could change it to a request was made for a summary of the number of families served by the town. I don't want to imply that we want people's names.
That's correct.
Those are my only corrections.
so we would
So,
move to amend the 3.
I don't, no, it's really housekeeping, so I think you can, it's clarification. I think you can take this vote with those changes.
so
Okay,
we'll vote on these minutes with
All
those,
right,
those
so we have-
minor wording changes.
So we have a motion to approve on our side.
and a second.
And it's
Yeah.
all in favor?
I,
Same motion? You have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
wait, otherwise I thought the minutes were excellent.
Thank you.
Very good.
So page 27, this gets a little confusing, but it's only a couple times this will happen. So, no, it'll be confusing a lot, but it is, the changes. So under celebration of events, it was $5,500. And we're gonna go over Chris's memo line by line. But instead of going over this twice, in Chris's memo, item 22, it says reduce by $2,500, maintain some funds for bandstand program and events such as parades. So we might as well just take up that discussion now instead of having to have the discussion twice for an item that's less than $6,000.
Okay, so
So I'm sorry, so right now
Yeah.
it's,
we've gone from last year's town meeting vote of $12,500, now we're at $7,000.
And Chris is recommending to reduce it by another 20, to
Yeah.
reduce it to 7,000.
Right,
Yes.
that includes Chris's reduction.
Yes.
So,
I move that we approve the recommendation and recommend the reduction of the celebrations line to $1,000 and the band programs line to $5,000 for a total of $7,000. for celebrations and events.
Second.
Okay,
All in favor?
well, do we have any further discussion on
Any
that?
further discussion?
All in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Got a second. Okay. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
We're fine with 7K, correct?
Yes, that's good. Okay, next is debt service.
Right, debt service, again, you know, it's a big number, but it's a contractual obligation. There's nothing much to tinker with right here. So do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the approval of the debt service in the amount of $3,598,685.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll make the same motion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Page 29, retirement,
Yes.
and this does have a change to it.
Right, but, you know, but we have the updated copy is dated is 1,000,009, well, that's insurance. Retirement, I have 1,295,000, is that correct?
1,295,285.
Yeah, right. Well, that was amended a couple of meetings ago.
There's no change to retirement.
Okay.
There's a new page.
I think.
Okay, again, this is
Right, yes, and, okay. That retirement.
you know, again, this is a obligation as we participate in the countywide retirement plan. So this is a collectively bargained obligation. So do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the amount of $1,295,285 in the retirement account.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll make the same motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Next is insurance, and that has a revision of the allocation from wastewater increased by $812.
I'm sorry, on what line does that appear?
That's the
Last one.
Last one. yeah.
I see, thank you.
So that 1,906,035 is the number we'll be voting on.
1,905,223 is not the vote.
No, it's
Well,
1
that's the
million.
previous, it was a new page.
It's in the new packet.
Yeah, there's many new pages here, so you should have the one dated 3/21/25, but the number is 1,906,035.
I have it. I have it. I move that we approve, that we recommend the amount of $1,906,035 of insurance.
Second.
Just, I'm gonna highlight, we've discussed this before, this is, particularly the health insurance line is where we've experienced a very dramatic change just this past year as well as over the last couple of years. So this represents, a topic that we'll need to spend some time on, going forward, but, nothing much to do right now. So, made the
I
motion,
made the motion.
Yes.
Seconded.
any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Page 31 wastewater is likewise an allocation for the general fund reduced by $812.
This is the one for 3,222,000.
Yep.
Mhm.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the approval of the wastewater budget at $3,222,561.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the next one we have.
The school assessment, am I correct? Is that the next one? Oh, you know, may I just back up for a moment?
Yeah,
I had talked to Joe about the postage and thought that it should be done at once and I've not heard back. But I think that's a $1,500 saving. Because we can send them both in one and post it.
billing?
Correct. He was.
Yeah, I don't see him, so we'll try to get back to it. At some point.
I'd like to, for sure.
Yeah. This, next would be the school assessment. And, school made additional cuts besides the 1 million reduction that they had, about $250,000 to get us closer to under the levy limit. So is there any questions? Dr. Dillon is here.
Can you, it's most updated, is that the 307? Is that the most recent, or is there something new in the packet? 307. So the assessment is, 22,209,548.
Correct.
So,
Second.
so, well, just what, a brief comment, I'd say that the school committee did go back and made some additional cuts. You know, in response to some of the concerns that we expressed about our challenges and avoiding or managing through the levy limit. So they spent a lot of time going back to their committee and made some very difficult decisions on in terms of staffing and some reduction in force. So not an easy thing to do, but in the context of our budgetary issues, we appreciate that work.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend the school budget assessment of 22,209,548.
Second.
Any further discussion? If none, all in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Moving ahead now will be the special articles tab 9. We will go through each of these. We haven't voted on any of these. We've talked about each one. First, you want to go through the things in number 1. Number 1 is Berkshire Hills Regional School District vocational tuition and transportation.
So we've been informed just today that we'll have a few additional students enrolling in vocational education next year. So we need to increase this special article. It's currently listed at 80,000. We recommend taking it to 135,000. That covers the cost of tuition for each student at 18,400 per student. So that's 4 total students, plus expenses in the range of about $60,000, which covers driver costs, fuel, van maintenance, et cetera, to get the students to Pittsfield and back every day. The request is for 135,000, all from free cash.
And just for people who aren't aware, if one of the Berkshire Hills students goes to a vocational school, in this case, I think they're all Conic, the town that the student comes from is responsible for transportation and tuition. That's state law. We can grumble, but that's not gonna do much good.
So how, is it, do you know how many students are being added?
4 total from Great Barrington.
And we keep our fingers crossed, the deadline's May 1st.
So that's four students is another $72,000. The amount has gone up by 55,000. Is there something? Was the number in there already an estimate?
Pardon me?
Was the 80,000 already an estimate that?
80,000 is an estimate. We have to, and we get we get 50% of the driver costs and fuel and van maintenance paid by, in this case, Town of Stockbridge, which we also transfer their students and they pay us back 50%. But we have to budget the whole amount.
Right.
For everything, so. You know, I'm estimating in the 130,000.
Okay, all right.
Based on where we are currently in the current school year. 135 is a.
Okay.
I hope a safe estimate.
Okay. All right, so you want to go line by line?
Well, let's
Motion.
vote on each one.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
sure.
all right, so do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the vocational tuition and transportation of 135,000.
Second,
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
are we recommending these? You said
This is a recommendation.
Yeah, did I say
Approved. Sorry.
recommend?
The final vote comes after the public hearing.
Same motion?
Second with discussion.
Discussion?
Okay. I'm just curious to know, will this all go away or most of it when we have our new school, if we have our new school and we have our vocational program?
The hope is that those students will then stay with us. They can still,
Correct. But this-
they're less likely to be to tuition out, correct, Peter?
Depends what program.
Yeah, if we have the program.
Because
Of course, go up to the microphone.
So of four students we're projecting next year from Great Barrington, two of them are doing an exploratory program, which is what they do in their ninth grade year. So it's not determined which vocational program they're gonna do. One is doing a cosmetology program, which we don't offer, nor do we ever intend to offer. And the other is is doing an auto tech program, which we do offer. And hopefully as our program expands, students will vote with their feet to stay with us.
May I ask one other question? What else will we be entertaining, if you will, or having at the new school? What other vocational programs?
So the three programs we have right now are the automotive program, the horticulture program, and the early childhood program. The fourth program that the school committees approved, it will be part of the hopeful new school as a program in electricity to prepare people to be electricians.
Peter, can I just ask clarification? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to just note that I'm a little saddened about that we're not including plumbing.
Yeah, we entertained three possibilities for our fourth program. So one was electricity, one was plumbing, and one was expanding our existing woodworking program to a carpentry program. And based on a variety of factors, we chose electricity as the one that had the greatest need and the greatest likelihood of being successful.
So you said we offer a program at our high school now that a student is opting to take somewhere else?
Yes,
And they can do that?
Yes.
They just out of preference?
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, which is unfortunate.
Because that's not true in any other studies. You can,
Yeah, no, I agree.
yeah, it's okay.
Any other question? Did you vote on it?
I think you did, yeah.
We're discussion. Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous recommendation. Emergency medical services. This is from free cash, it's $304,909.11. I know the ambulance people are here. If you have questions, we talked to them, so.
The last recommendation I made to you was to level fund it. We've heard from the ambulance that would end their ability to provide 911 service. In my memo to you of the 21st, the cuts that I'm proposing would make it possible for you to fund this fully at the request of $304,909.11. So I think that's what's on the table. Is it full funding or some variation thereof?
I think at this point, if we do fund it completely, which I'm not opposed to, I think needs to be a number of discussions held in the summer and fall about the direction with the ambulance fund. Good discussions about the increase every year and how we can help them to avoid the increase that keeps up. Maybe having a second board member who has expertise in finance and other pick their brain on the direction that they think they're going in, because I think as important as they are, and they are, there's no doubt about it, and they do a great job. I don't know how sustainable it is. So I think it's something that we should take upon ourselves and talk over the summer and fall. Yeah, Jim, come up to the podium. Or sit right at the table. Just
Yeah,
get there.
just to follow up on that, we talked at our last board meeting, which was this last week. We decided the exact same thing. This isn't sustainable for anybody, and we know that. So we wanted, once this year's budgets process is over, end of May, beginning of June. We would like to get all the towns together with us and sit down and brainstorm this, try to come up with something that everybody can be somewhat happy with and not get sticker shock every year when we do this. I mean, we have some ideas, but they nothing concrete tonight, but we're as cognizant of this as you folks are. So we understand that if we don't get what we're asking for, the minimum that would happen is that the amount of services that we would be able to provide would get decreased by probably quite a bit. It's just, we're on a very strict budget. We don't have extra money like you guys don't either, so I don't know how to respond anymore to it.
I guess,
Say anything, Ben?
no, it's just a reminder that we are a service provider to the town at the town's request to be your 911 provider. We're not a town entity. And we feel that we've been great partners with you by being as clear as we could about our budgetary process and the struggles that we're in. And the ambulance service, it tends to be a roller coaster that some years you have enough people who are in need of our help and we can bill and get revenue back. And there's other years that we cannot. So last year was an indicator of about 300 calls we were below and we suffered from staffing. So that was the other significant increase. We do have plans in place that allow us to augment our staffing this year. We've run a class, so that's where we feel there is absolutely light at the end of the tunnel, that it's not going to be so severe. And because we were so optimistic in the past years, as we put these budgets together, and when revenue didn't come in, the way we made ends meet is that the money that was allocated for depreciation, which in our accounting system is used then to replace ambulances and equipment, we weren't able to fund depreciation. So we've successfully gone in the hole multiple years in a row. And I didn't feel it was prudent, or we could not sustain by having that optimistic of a budget one more time. But be it known that if we are successful in turn, I hate to use that word successful because it means that people are sick and we're transporting them. But if we generate income that way, we pass that back along to the towns. We never have an intention of being a profit-driven organization. So if we did have good years, that means the next year, the budget requests are going to be lower to the towns.
Remember also that probably about 65% of our calls, 2/3 of our calls, Medicare and Medicaid. We bill, what we get paid is about 1/3 of that bill, because that's what we have to accept. That's a financial model that nobody can sustain, and that's what we're working with every single year.
Eric,
So, definitely appreciate everything you guys do, family that are in the same business as far as EMTs and everything. So I understand what you're going through. But we also have the obligation to make sure the taxpayers' funds are being used, and with the last 3 years of the 30% increases or whatever they may be stepping up, at a certain point, there does need to be a certain results showed, and I guess we are also obligated for our taxpayers to know how the money is being spent. So I do feel that we need to have another board member there and with oversight as far as the books goes. So I just think whether it happens this year or we have it part of these discussions next year, it's just, as Steve said, we just can't maintain this. And at a certain point, after several years of increases and results going the opposite way, I understand staffing is an issue, but I think the town needs to have more insight on how. I mean, the VFW guy was here last week and he said we counted every Band-Aid. We haven't done that yet, but I think we have to at a certain point. So, yeah, I guess that's what I have to say about that situation.
Yeah, I'll certainly echo that. I mean, speaking for myself, we need your services and we appreciate your services and it's an essential service to the town. And we're happy to, we're lucky to have you. Just to make sure everyone knows, they have graciously provided their audited financials for calendar 2023, audited by an external audit firm, a well-known firm in the county. So they are, you know, from a financial controls perspective, you know, they're running a solid ship. At the same time, just again, as Eric and Steve have mentioned, you know, our financial support has gone from $150,000 2 years ago now to about $300,000. So if that increasing trend continues, combined with our other increasing obligations and budgetary issues, there's going to be a collision there. So I agree with what you said, that I think at this point, I think we all agree it's not sustainable. What I think that means in practice is exactly what you said, is that we have to go to another layer of detailed collaboration about the strategic decisions and difficult choices you've made and how you allocate your finite resources and how you plan things out for the year, and to try to work together with you to figure out if there's a better way to approach it, perhaps making some more difficult decisions. Again, I clearly don't know. And I don't want to act like I know, but I think we're on the same page about the fact that we need to start working together a little more closely to address what is more a pretty important problem for the town.
You need to, yeah, I've said this till I'm blue in the face. You need to understand that this is not just a problem here.
Oh, no,
I just came an hour and a half ago from another meeting of 4 smaller towns east of here, you know, they're in worse condition than Barrington is, you know.
No.
This is something that, and there's no solution. Everybody agrees, yeah, we want your service and we need you and this and that, but nobody wants to pay for it.
No, you read my mind. I completely agree. I read those articles. It's a national problem. It's a regional problem. Again, as I think you have the study, the regionalization study that will be undertaken. It's going to take a while. I think that's a path we need to figure out a way to pursue more aggressively. Nothing simple there. It's very complicated, but
That's 2 years down the road.
Yeah, I think
Internally, we are taking some other steps.
okay.
Absolutely.
So baby steps are helpful
Aggressive.
as well. So I think we're all on the same page here. But just purely from a numbers point of view, it's important for me to say that, you know, if you just came to us next year with another similar increase, given where I think we'll be on the town budget, you know, that's going to be a huge challenge for both you as well as the town.
I think we were as shocked as you folks are when we, you know, did the budget this year.
Okay.
We weren't anticipating that, but that's what.
Okay, look, I totally appreciate your openness, and I completely agree that it's not a problem that's specific to Southern Berkshire Ambulance. It's unfortunately a much larger problem.
Yes, I agree with Phil in the sense that we definitely need it. And I was wondering if it's possible, or you can, when we do start to brainstorm, give us the things that you need the most, that need to be funded, whether it be 911 or whatever, for the Medicare. But let's look at the things that are necessary, that you really need, that we have to keep, and maybe we can cut other places. But it'd be nice to know what your target is as far as needs for the television.
Okay, and we have had those discussions, so maybe you're a fly on the wall. And one area where we feel the towns could immediately start to think about it is housing. So we are struggling to get new staffing because they say they can't afford to live in the county. So if there's any ways that bylaw wise or otherwise, you can provide incentive or somehow that they get preferential for any affordable housing that's available. Being ambulance persons, that would be an immediate one that would help us out to hire people.
Any other questions before we move on? So a motion for the finance
All
committee.
right, do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the special article for emergency medical services in the amount of $304,909.11.
Second.
Any further comment? Seeing none,
Well, I just wanted to just thank them for giving that audit. And because we asked that a year or two ago and you did it.
We were behind, right?
Well, that's because we were behind, we didn't
Right,
get
but
the
I
audit.
appreciate that you did that.
You're welcome, thank you.
you know, the audits, as I've learned, take time. We have a
We
motion,
had a motion and a second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll work together with you both in here.
Thank you.
I promise.
Denise, if you want to come up next is Berkshire South.
The board heard a really excellent and impassioned and detailed explanation from Janice and her colleagues at the last meeting. This is still something that's not recommended, although at some point childcare and after-school care probably should be considered an essential service. At this point, I can't recommend it.
Questions or changes?
Geez, can you kind of give us a layout of this funding doesn't come through, what your services will, how they'll be impacted?
So the organization itself, you know, not unlike everyone else, is essentially facing a $300,000 deficit this year for fiscal year 25. We run January to December. A large scope of what we do is provide educational programs for preschool years, ages 2 years, 9 months through 5 years, all the way up through 14 years. We discussed in detail the ways in which the center supports, especially the wraparound services that, in particular, the school district is not able to support. So we're there to pick up services, et cetera. You know, for us, we're concerned about the level of state support that we're going to get this year. And I was just having a previous conversation today about if we were to lose our grant funding, we would be $125,000 in the hole alone on our childcare programs. But in particular, about $250,000 of the expenses of our overall programs for education and childcare are devoted to residents of the town of Great Barrington. If we are not able to receive funding for this, we're going to just have to do the same as everyone else, work harder, limit services, limit slots. You know, and essentially turn people away. We won't be able to provide the level of financial assistance that we provide to our town residents and other residents to be able to have access to that care. And the care I'm talking about is all day, all year round preschool, after school care, snowy days, vacation week, summer camp, you name it, we have it. But it comes at a very high cost to us. And so that's what we'd be looking at.
Do you have rough numbers of like Great Barrington families in particular that you service?
In overall, the organization serves about 225 unique youth in all of our education programs, and approximately 50% of those students come from Great Barrington.
So without this, basically 125 families roughly are at risk of not being able to have childcare in Great Barrington.
And not being able to have the extent to which we're currently providing it. We pride ourselves on being able to provide services so that families can continue to work. They can continue to keep your businesses open. They can continue to provide for their families.
All right, well,
But
let me make a couple of quick comments here. Well, we've all given this a lot of thought, as well as I'm unable to support this special article for two primary reasons. One is the math problem. We're struggling to continue to support the handful of third-party entities that we've continually supported over the years. And independent of whether or not we should be doing that or should have done it in the past or should be doing it in the future, we're having a very difficult time dealing with our existing entities that receive our financial support. So in light of that, it's very hard to support adding another organization, no matter how important and critical and meaningful it is. In addition, when it comes to childcare, it's obviously an important resource that many families rely upon in the town. I've learned that very directly recently. If we were to have cash funds available to support childcare, my concern is we don't know enough about our alternatives for supporting childcare to make a decision for one or the other. As I've learned, there's an array of larger and very small entities or individuals providing childcare of a wide variety of structures and timing and types of kids and time of day. And so if we had the money to spend, I don't think we know enough about how to spend it for childcare. So we do have the benefit, we have a new childcare committee that I would certainly expect and hope that they'll be learning over the next year about, the alternatives we have for supporting this function. And they might come back with some thoughts or recommendations as to next steps that we could take. And then we would make all the sense in the world to reconsider at that time. But so I'm sorry, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how well or what part of your monies is made up through enrollment or people join?
So, approximately 60%. 60%. And we do receive, that would include the funds that we receive from the state for voucher slots. There are students that are either fully or subsidized by the state for vouchers. So that includes that as well.
Just to kind of counter, Phil, I know what you're saying, and the child care committee will be looking at alternatives and kind of ways to kind of look to create a structure that the town, a sustainable structure that we can use in the future. I think we have to look at the short term on this, that this is going to have not just, if your program is impacted, we're looking at an immediate impact on a number of families in town that are suddenly not going to have a resource available that they rely on to do work and to earn for their family and to pay taxes to the town. That's going to have a ripple effect. And so I'm not saying you're wrong that we need to look at the bigger picture, but I'm saying I know right now this is going to blow a big hole, not just in Berkshire Southwest program, but the lives of a lot of people in our community.
There's a couple of things here. First of all, if we do recommend this, we have to find $100,000 either in revenue or to cut to keep under the levy limit, which is at this point in the budget hasn't been our strong point. The other part of this that concerns me, and I'm a big supporter, I met with Denise, and is that grant and aid we did away with, I believe it was last year, we didn't have it at all. And if we approve this year, I'm afraid we're opening a Pandora's box. To other groups that are in the same position. Now, Denise and her group had the wherewithal to come to us and ask, but once we approve it, we do. Be ready for, other groups. I'm not gonna say hundreds, but a few other groups that are gonna say, yeah, we need it also. And then we're gonna have to prioritize. Berkshire South is terrific, but there may be others that are equally as terrific, and next year's budget doesn't look any better than this year's. So this is a tough decision.
Can I ask, how do you fundraise?
We have to raise about $1.5 million a year to maintain our operations altogether. And frankly, we have not been able to do that successfully since we've been open. We've been open now 21 years, and we've had to do a lot of borrowing, begging, and the like. A good portion of our funds come directly from major donors and donors. We do appeals, we do special events, we have those that run throughout the year. We have a splash-a-thon coming up if anyone likes to support special needs. But we also do a lot of grant writing as well. So we've been, each year it changes very dramatically. On target, we're about $500,000 to $600,000 worth of grant funds that we get a year, and have a whole devoted team for that.
So the way this works is the finance committee makes a decision whether they're gonna recommend this goes on the warrant or not. And that can be discussed in the public hearing. If you don't, and maybe change your mind. And then if it's on the warrant, then it will say that the select board either recommended or not recommended.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
I'm willing to make a motion that at this time, we don't recommend $100,000 toward, from free cash to Berkshire South, and I apologize.
Reluctantly, I second.
Okay, any further comment?
I guess I just want to say, I also partly do this know that we're looking at some really tough cuts that have already been proposed in the recent memo. So I'm looking ahead to what's coming. If something gets better as we go through those, I'd want to come back and revisit this at the public hearing, but I'm not optimistic, just to be honest.
And you can revisit at the public.
Right.
hearing.
That was my only comment.
All right, this is obviously,
Very difficult decision, but.
we'll always be open to reconsidering if things change. Or people express opinions, and we'll be all ears on that.
So a vote in the affirmative is not to move this forward.
Is to recommend that it not
recommend.
be on the warrant, yeah. So all in favor? Aye.
Same thing.
Nay, so 3-1.
Same motion?
Got a second? Second. Discussion?
Yeah, don't feel good about it, but there's just, it's just something I don't feel that the town can fund this year. Having a crew of my own, several with kids, I understand about people calling out because they don't have childcare, and it is an issue, and but unfortunately, I just don't think it's an issue that this town can pick up this year. And I know it will have a ripple effect. I don't feel good about it. But I'm not gonna feel good about a lot of these cuts tonight, so I'm gonna try to get used to it.
So I have a motion and a second.
Go ahead, sorry, one more from the soapbox, just kind of Chris's point earlier of just that I think, I understand where you're coming from, but I truly believe that we have to start thinking about this as an essential service, as essential as the emergency medical services, because it is, it's a day-to-day and it affects people's ability to be a member of the community, so. Go ahead.
If I can just throw my 2 cents in, I'm afraid I don't feel good about it, but I think we can't afford to do it, and I think there are some services in town, and people do have daycare that they take care of kids, and they might have to ask the public to do a little more, but I don't think we can afford to do that.
All in favor of not funding?
Aye.
Opposed? So it's 3-1.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your comments and your feedback. And I am a part of that childcare committee, and I know we're going to be doing really good work on there. So.
Excellent.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so the next 4 are, I say simple, I hope simple transfers from accounts so that things can get done without affecting the bottom line. So let's start with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Oh, I missed unemployment, sorry. You're right.
So the unemployment trust fund is something that we need to fund, supposed to do it from free cash.
I'll make a motion that we fund $20,000 to the unemployment trust fund.
Second.
All in favor?
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Chris, you want to just run through the next?
Sure, the
4?
Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that is represent at $71,747, represents fees collected to date from short-term rental community impact fees. When town meeting accepted that law, town meeting said, let's allocate all of those funds collected to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So this is proposed as a transfer from the short-term rental revenue to the trust, $71,747.14.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the approval of the special article for Affordable Housing Trust Fund for $71,747.14.
Second.
All in favor?
Same motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye. And just to note, if we have an updated number for town meetings, we'll update the number.
Thank you.
Next one is the special use of special cemetery funds to offset the costs in the operating budget for maintaining cemeteries. We recommend approval of $40,000. It's been approved already by the cemetery commission.
May I?
Do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the approval of the special article for cemetery building and grounds maintenance expenses for $40,000, the transfer of funds for that expense.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
The conservation,
I did say it, yes, sorry.
the Conservation Commission, special article number 7. Similarly, this is use of special funds in the Conservation Commission's wetland account to pay for operating expenses associated with the conservation agents' work administering the Wetlands Protection Act. So it's a transfer from wetlands fund to the operating $20,000.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the approval of the special article for conservation operating expenses transfer of $20,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Number 8 is fees and costs associated with rights of ways and easements. We do anticipate needing to acquire easements, do legal work, surveys, and record easements with the Registry of Deeds related to several projects, drainage, sewer, and the Division Street Bridge reconstruction that Mass DOT will be doing. The town is responsible for acquiring those easements. Over $17,000 is proposed from free cash.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the approval of the special article for fees and costs associated with rights of way and easement from free cash of $17,000.
Second?
Second. Can I ask just one quick question? And I'm sorry if we talked about this in a previous meeting. Why isn't this in a budget line? I guess I just don't understand why this is a special article.
It's not something that we need to do every year, so we consider it not part of the regular operating budget. It's just
So we don't have to do this every year?
depends what capital projects are up.
I
I
see.
mean, yes, I suppose we could put some of the legal in the legal account, but this is not all legal. Some of it is
All right.
actually paying
I'm just-
people for their square footage of land.
All right, thank you.
Vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Next one, next one is the Brookside Road Bridge. It's a $3 million, it's a borrowing, it's not going to affect the bottom line tonight. Select Board has struggled with this, mainly Joe has put, and Chris have put a lot of work into this, but we don't have a specific approval from the state for a specific project, but we know we need to do something there, and without money for this, we would be ground to halt. We would either need a special town meeting or have to wait a year. So I would recommend that we let the taxpayers at the town meeting make the final decision. It may be that we do a special bridge, a temporary bridge over it. It may be that we just end up having to house some emergency vehicles on the other side and build, I would call temporary housing, but they're not gonna be cheap temporary housing, but I think we need to do something, and this will freeze everything in its tracks if we don't move this forward. Richard?
May I ask, this money being set aside, it will only be borrowed if, when it's used, when a use has been determined for what the money would be needed for.
Correct.
And can I, so it sounds like we could also use this for whatever might be what we do in the interim before our full new bridge comes.
That would be my hope and how it's worded.
Yes, we would word the
warrant
article in
item, yeah.
motion for town meeting to include temporary bridge,
Okay,
a bridge through a bridge,
Okay.
stand-up facilities on the other side of the bridge. Whatever we need to do,
okay.
we'll try to cover all those bases. So we are aware of a $500,000 earmark that was approved last calendar year. So there is that. We're not sure how we can access that through the state. We will work on that. So at this point, if you want to bring the authorization back up for a total budget of 3 million, you could recommend a borrowing authorization of 2.5 million plus the state's earmark, and we're back up to 3 million possible total budget. Again, we don't know what the cost will be or if any of this is even feasible. But as Steve said, if it's on the warrant, the voters can decide whether or not to authorize it at a later date. If it is feasible, the select board can decide whether or not to actually borrow it.
And this allows a possibility for some feasible plan to go forward. Without this, no feasible plan will be able to go forward without a special vote by the town.
Yes. And we won't, as I think you said, we're not borrowing, it's authorizing.
Right,
To borrow.
it's authorization for the loan.
So. Well, first of all, I certainly have received an extensive amount of communications on this point from the residents affected by the bridge problem, so. I've tried to respond as everyone at least acknowledge receipt. I appreciate your civic engagement and your input. So message received there. So as you've said, the challenge here is we want to do something, and right at this very moment, we don't know what we can do.
We don't know what's allowed by the state, not for lack of asking.
Okay, and when we say allowed by the state, one example of that, and there's many scenarios, but one example is that if our Division Street Bridge state project was magically finished tomorrow morning, and we had the Acro Bridge and wanted to drop it on Brookside, we don't know if the state would accept that based upon the engineering and the size of the Acro Bridge and all the details that are involved with a project like that. So we don't even know if that's possible right now.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I think to make this as simple as possible, we have no permission to do anything from the state. And to get into the weeds about what's possible and not possible, nothing's possible right now. That could change next week by an email. Hopefully by town meeting, maybe we'll get lucky and be able to say, okay, we have approval to do this, no guarantees.
Okay, so I just think that the Captain Obvious challenge for the town meeting is to try to get a better understanding of what our options are and to communicate that in a clear way to the residents so they can make an informed decision.
And hopefully by then we'll have nailed down an option which we have approval to go ahead with. That would be the easiest thing.
Okay, where, again, message received on the importance of the bridge. That's, I don't, certainly from my perspective, that's not a matter of debate. But where it gets a little tricky is when the town financed alternative for an interim bridge for which is not a preferred outcome, which what in terms of, I'm sorry, let me start over again. It gets tricky when a town financed option takes so long that it won't shorten the bridge crisis materially relative to when the state would come in and finance a full the bridge. On
This will shorten it materially, unless, and this is really maybe delusional, the state decides to move up the new bridge. And do that sooner, but we can't count on that.
Right. Okay. So I guess what I'm maybe a better way of saying it is that I think we, I certainly would like to support this authorization. I just want to make sure that whatever subsequent decisions we make, that we make them collectively based on as much information as possible, and that we just address the reality as it's presented to us at that point in time.
Right, so we would have to do it.
Right.
The other choice we had was to draw straws, but we decided that wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, no, that's.
Well,
No, it has to have a recommendation to get it on there. I mean, because what you're really doing right now is getting it onto the warrant. And individual finance committee members can speak at town meeting for or against. you know, it's not as finance committee members, but as the general public.
I guess can I jump?
Please, yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry, yeah.
I guess I do want to say I appreciate the select board's work in thinking about this and the communications that we received. They're really focused on emergency services and doing our best to make sure that people who live there get emergency services timely manner as possible. So I'm inclined to think that this allows us to at least start to look into options. I mean, I'm hoping, my only concern, can I just ask, if the state finds out we've put aside 3 million, are they gonna, that's not gonna delay that in any way?
No.
Okay. Okay,
So
We asked that question at a meeting.
Yeah, I
and they-
appreciate that,
And
yeah.
the state guy said on record that it will not delay or take funds away.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you gotta keep that.
That was one of my
Yeah,
concerns.
because it's a good point, because originally the state had the habit, which I'm not criticizing them, saying, well, you have a one-way bridge over there, we don't have to rush, but they said that that would not happen.
Okay,
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay, so, do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend the approval of the special article for Brookside Road Bridge funding to be determined in some manner to help move the Brookside Road Bridge forward temporarily of $3 million
borrowed.
borrowed.
Second,
Any further comment? Seeing none,
Well, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that wrote those letters because my mailbox was filled. And I think citizens need to do this and you need to get people at the town meeting. And because I feel bad. I live on this side, but I'd be just as upset if I were on the other side of that bridge.
roll call vote,
Aye.
aye,
aye.
unanimous.
Same motion?
discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay, we're done with the special articles. We are now going to go through the Chris's recommendations. And since there are 25 recommendations, we worked on 3 of them. There's 22 recommendations. The larger the price, the more discussion I would expect. A nice way of saying is $500, let's move this along,
Mhm.
because it's gonna be a long night. So, Chris, do you want to get us through this, or do you want me to?
I'd be happy
That's
to,
good. Fine.
Steve. So as you read in the memo, first of all, none of this was easy, but my goal, because I didn't get a sense from the select board and finance committee of how they wanted to close the levy gap. And one terrible way this meeting could go is if we looked at every paperclip tonight or you said, Chris, well, come back another time and cut 3% across the board. So broad swings with swords seemed like the least effective and possibly very damaging ways to go. So what our team did last week was go through each and every departmental budget, looking for possible changes and reductions. Not every department can take the same amount of reduction. Some are already at kind of a bare bones skeleton operation. Others have some changes they can make. And I'm not saying that there's any fat in those budgets, but there are. They can look at priorities in their budgets, and they did so. And I think, some of the areas that you saw the largest cuts were sort of in the Department of Public Works divisions of highway, buildings and grounds, parks, and transfer station. And we had some very robust discussions of how do we deal with these budgets? And we got to the point of what is an essential service and what can be done in some other way. what should the town absolutely provide versus what is really nice to have. And that's not to say that any of the cuts were easy to make. All of the things that are cut are all of the things that I love personally, and every single department had advocated for. But this is what I thought was necessary, number one, to not require cutting staff, because once you do cut staff, you should determine which services you don't want to provide. And we haven't had those discussions. It allows us to pay for an anticipated $100,000 snow and ice deficit, which we have no choice but to cover. Hopefully, it's not much more than that, could be more. Since I didn't know if you wanted to touch free cash reserves, I did not rely on using free cash to close the gap. I sense that we may be wanting to fund the ambulance, which we did. And we need to create some excess levy capacity to respond to things that might come up, more snow and ice deficits, et cetera. So that was the basis for the cuts. None of them were simple. But here we are.
Chris,
so-
can I just ask a question? real quick?
Yeah, of course.
The, whatever it was, 55,000 that we added to the vocational transportation. How is that now? Are we now above the levy limit?
No, you
Okay,
used free cash. to do
free
that.
cash, okay,
You weren't using tax revenue to.
Okay.
To do that.
So
What
is
you've
that-
done is reduce your free cash.
but
balance
that
by
reduces
55.
the free cash.
So the one in your most recent handout has to be reduced by that amount.
So what I'm gonna ask, just as a matter of process, is when we're done with this. I don't see us accepting all of these, maybe we will. That Ally is able to tell us roughly how much more we have to cut, and that may come out of free cash. We may say, okay, we haven't cut these, and I'm not saying free cash is the right answer, but we have to find some way to get to the number, our goal. And if some of these we don't cut, then we could use free cash.
If you don't accept the cuts, you should probably assume it's got to come from. free cash. You cannot afford to raise more on the levy.
Yeah.
There's no room to do that.
And before we leave the room tonight, we should have some idea of how much more we're gonna take out of free cash.
Correct, that will be the end result. So, and all of these cuts that are recommended will make the flexibility in each department to move funds, to absorb unforeseen expenses that much less. So this reduces all flexibility.
Another thing it does, which
And reduces turnbacks at the end of the fiscal year, which reduces free cash for next
that's
year.
what I was gonna say, so realize, every time we do this, we make next year harder. Which is fine, but then if we take more money out of free cash to make up the difference, we have a double whammy there. So, but it may be the way we have to go.
Could I just ask, could we start by seeing where we're at in free cash currently now? Just because I feel like we're gonna make some
Currently at this
decisions.
currently at this time, with the change that you made earlier tonight for vocational ed,
Mhm.
you have 3.1 million and change in free cash available.
And how does that compare with last year, like going into? That's what I'm trying to see. I mean, are we much worse off? Are we about the same? Are we?
We're actually better off. On the top of my head, I want to say there was 1.3 left. Just double check, but
So
we
we,
try to preserve as much as we could, knowing the situation.
Okay.
ahead.
okay,
And we're all kind of, it's a good question, and we're all kind of assuming next year could be worse, so we don't wanna get down to that point. And I know you're not suggesting that.
Yeah.
One of the reasons it's much better this year, from what Ellie said, is because you had that 1.7 million infusion from the GE settlement.
Right.
So the 3.1, I'm telling you, is probably 1.7 better than it was last year,
So Ally,
which won't be there next year.
Ally, if I have the math, it's the 3,228,000 less the 55,000.
That's for the year.
as we stand right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Last year, close, 1,276,135.35 is what the general fund portion of free cash was remaining. On the year.
But this year, what we have to allocate as of now is that 3,228,000. Sorry, less the 55,000.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, gotcha, all right.
55,000.
So let's go through these.
So the
Yeah,
first,
go ahead, Madam Chair.
Now, I don't know where I saw it, maybe, I'm out of line here, but didn't we not have a figure of like 12 million something, and 5 of that was cannabis monies?
yes,
So where is that was 7 mil, why are we down to 3?
We used
That's why I
a
said the
large
general
portion
fund
of it.
portion.
Okay,
Yeah, if you look in tab 5, I have it split between the general fund and the cannabis portion,
okay.
so that you can see. where
Yeah,
it's-
let me just take a stab at it. I mean, just to remind everyone that we have the community impact fund is roughly 5 million, and that's separately accounted for and kind of kept aside and pending resolution, right?
Pending litigation, plus the fact that is not earmarked to reduce the budget, because that has to be spent in a certain way.
Yes, exactly, right. So we started out with $7,350,000 of free cash. We're using it for the handful of things we just went through, the vocational, the ambulance, now the additional 55, so that gets us to 3,173,000 of free cash right now.
I do have another question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we know that we have the 5 mil out there in free cash. I mean, excuse me, in the
Cannabis.
cannabis impact monies. And at this stage, we may use some of that in litigation with the companies that are trying to sue us. I've talked to Chris about this, and maybe it's part of my activity, but is it possible to write or suggest, seeing how probably no town uses that money for what it was designated for, can we ask to use it for something else?
No,
Okay,
it's what the lawsuit's about and why other towns have returned it back. And we're one of the few towns, one of the towns that haven't turned it back to the cannabis retailers.
correct.
So, no, it's very clear that what it has to be used for. Well, it's clear to us. It may not be clear to everyone.
But then none of those services are needed. We didn't hire anyone we didn't hire more police for that purpose.
I don't want to have this discussion because we're in the middle of a lawsuit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it's the wrong discussion to have in the moment. Let's move on.
the first line I'm proposing is $13,250 on the select board town management budget. And so the proposed budget for your consideration tonight is $460,000, $460,150. And I'll just say the numbers so that you can go through your motions and seconds.
So, man. I move that we amend our recommendation. Do I have to do that?
That sounds like a good way to put it.
Okay, so we're amending our recommendation for select board town manager budget to $460,150, taking into account the specific line item adjustments as presented by the assistant town manager.
And so just to help me,
Get out
maybe
your
others keep
opinion.
score, it's a reduction of 13,250.
Okay, for a reduction of $13,259.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the motions can just be the final amount, right?
Yeah.
So you prefer the final amount?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, just for efficiency's sake.
All right,
and because we'll have talked about these reductions too. So
Yes, Chris will introduce each one.
I will second the motion then.
any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second,
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Now, let me ask you, the next one, just name of the end. Okay.
The next is a proposal to increase the reserve fund for the finance committee by $50,000. That increase is proposed because I'm assuming that you'll make some cuts later on, things like, I think it was highway or buildings and grounds. The more we reduce lines that may be needed for unforeseen emergencies or unforeseen expenses, not just in public works, but any other department, the more flexibility we need to build into this particular end.
Should we come back to this one at the end?
Yeah, because we're gonna do some cuts.
No,
May I just say, I went through your recommendation kind of with a fine tooth comb, looking at fiscal year 24 actuals and comparing all of the cuts that you made. It's extremely lean, so I think that we are kind of at the place where if we need a little bit more in any of those line items, it's not gonna come from free cash somewhere, it's gonna come from this reserve fund.
Well, it can't.
More than it would have in other years.
So my proposal for the finance committee total budget is $150,000, $150,200.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we amend our recommendation for the finance committee budget to $150,200.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? My understanding is this reserve fund has to be used only for unanticipated expenses. So is that gonna limit how we can use this moving forward? I mean, because it can't be just any line, any budget that goes
Well,
over, correct?
Let's use an example. If oil prices
Yes, yeah,
skyrocket, that's an unanticipated expense.
right,
I
right,
mean,
okay.
I think if we didn't budget it, we can argue that it's an unanticipated expense.
I guess I'm just struggling because, I mean, and Chris, I'm on the finance committee, I appreciate you giving us more ability to sort of help with the tough times. But we've got some tough cuts proposals coming up here, which again, I agree with Steve. I'm really grateful that you took all this time to do this. I'm just wondering if, even if we went to just a $30,000 increase, it gives us a little room to move further down the line instead of 50,000.
I'd be happy to come back to that, depending on what you do later, but maybe we can vote this in.
Okay, sure. I'm open to that.
As long as we can,
Yeah.
look at it again, in light of the budget.
And you'll see it at your public hearing as well.
Yeah, this isn't the final vote either.
Right,
Right,
right.
that's
This
true,
is
yeah.
the current recommendation.
Right.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a,
We have a
any
second.
further
Just a
comment?
second.
Okay,
Good.
all in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
No change to the accountant budget. I think we can just move
We've
on.
already voted.
Yeah, those are all.
Technology. We're proposing to reduce technology by $5,000. That leaves us a little bit less for, a server goes down, a mail server blows up, you can't email us anymore, which we always want to be available to you. The total proposed technology budget now is $356,195.
I move that we amend our recommendation for the technology budget to include a reduction of $5,000 in repairs and maintenance for
$15,000?
$5,000 for a total budget of $356,195.
Second.
Any comment? All in favor?
Same motion?
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Next one is the assessor's budget, which was. We're recommending a cut of $15,000 in contracted services. We do think that that is possible. If it is not possible, we think there might be some room in other lines, but currently we think. A good recommendation is to reduce contracted services and assessor by $15,000 for a total recommended assessor's budget of $202,830.
Is that a specific service that is that amount, or is it just kind of a reduction of costs across the board?
I think it's a reduction in cost across the board. I think some of the expenses we may be able to incur this year, speed them up a little bit and have less next year. That's one way we're approaching it.
I move that we amend our recommendation to approve the assessor's budget for a reduction of 15,000 in contracted services for a total budget of $202,840.
Second,
Oh, second, sure.
all in favor?
Same motion,
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
aye.
Unanimous?
Two small recommended cuts in the collector treasurer budget of $600 each for a total of $1,200. The financial services line and to the office supplies line for a total recommended treasurer collector budget of. Oops, I just lost my page.
280,000.
$396. Thank you.
I move that we amend our recommendation for approval of the collector treasurer budget to include reductions of $1,200 for a total budget of $280,396.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Same motion,
Second discussion.
Discussion?
I'm just curious, because I had that question, didn't hear back from Joe, I didn't know if this was part of it, as far as the collector treasurer, probably not. Or no, because I wanted to ask about the $1,500 for postage.
Oh, postage, that would have been a wastewater enterprise specific line. And we will try to get an answer for you by the next time, but it's not part of this particular.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
This is postage for everybody else except.
Any other? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Next up is human resources. Proposing a reduction here of $1,000 to the bilingual language stipends, leaving us with just one stipend for that amount.
and Chris, I just want to clarify, on your memo, there's a little confusion, it says $1,250,
Yeah.
but then in the budget, it is $1,000.
It's
So,
plus,
There's another $250
For
of
office
cuts to
supplies.
supplies.
oh, I see,
For a
oh,
total cut of $1,250
I
and
see.
a final recommended HR budget of $82,508.
We have a motion?
I move that we revise our recommendation for approval of the human resources budget for a reduction of $1,000 in bilingual language services and $250 in office supplies for a total budget of $82,508.
Second,
All in favor?
same motion,
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Next up is the town clerk's budget. We've made a total of $6,448 in proposed cuts here, including equipment maintenance, town code. We added $2 to records preservation, just to bring it. Reduction in office supplies, other supplies, which include things like, I think, dog tags. License tags, travel training as well. This was a pretty lean budget and the clerk went through this with a pretty fine tooth comb. I believe there's enough left in here for 2 town meetings the next fiscal year, meaning a fall town meeting for the school and a May 2026 annual town meeting. If we have more special town meetings or more elections or more ballots, this may be tough to cover those things. Yet another reason why we have the finance committee reserve fund, if there's unanticipated expenses. We are proposing a total amended town clerk budget of $157,410.
We have a motion.
I move that we revise our recommendation for the town clerk budget to include reductions of $6,448 for a total budget of $157,410.
second,
All in favor?
same motion,
Second, with just a little discussion, yeah. I don't understand what you meant by the dog tag, Chris.
You know, like little tag you put on bullet when you. Is,
I never was a tag.
License your dog. Yeah.
We can add 10 bucks here.
Okay, so what do you say, we're not doing license anymore?
We'll just do fewer of them, or, yeah, we'll absorb them from other lines. We'll absorb the expense through other lines.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Let's see. Conservation Commission, Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, no changes from your.
Well, we're talking page, okay, we're up to planning and community development.
Right.
Yes. Planning and community development, last time we did talk about reducing contracted services by $2,500. We can make another cut into office supplies for total cut in planning and community development. This includes your recommendation last time. Total cut of $2,600 for a total planning and community development budget of $169,095.
I move that we amend our recommendation for the planning community development budget for a total of $169,095.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
aye, sorry.
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Buildings and grounds. The proposal here is to reduce this budget by a total of $76,500. It cuts the proposed intern line out totally from a request of $29,000 to zero. So that would be no change from last year. It cuts cemetery contract services by $2,500, electricity by $10,000. Water and sewer by $10,000. Building repairs by $15,000. Trash removal by $500. Building and ground supplies by $2,000. Custodial supplies by $2,000. And courthouse building maintenance by $5,000. Now, a lot of these reductions are things that may be a bit of a gamble. Electricity costs might go up. Buildings and grounds repairs might go up. Supply costs might go up. Again, this is another reason why we felt if we cut here, we needed to add some back to the finance committee reserve. The total recommended buildings and grounds budget is $1,034,603.
I have a question about the full reductions. The last time we met, we had just split two of the one line and or several lines in the previous, iteration of the budget to create a new line for building and grounds repairs. And now we're proposing that we remove that entire line. Are any of the services and building and grounds repairs being absorbed into any other lines? Thus making that why did we split it?
We split buildings and grounds repairs into buildings repairs and grounds repairs.
Right,
And we just,
removing all grounds repairs.
No,
no,
it's
grounds
50,000.
repairs is
Create
down.
new account, next line.
50,000,
15.
50,000.
Grounds repairs is still proposed to be funded at 50,000.
I must have made a huge mistake. In
Well,
reading.
it was a small.
It's in the
type, and
new
then you made it even
packet.
Smaller in your printout.
It was the only way I could think.
But yeah, so here,
Okay,
so
good.
the 250 was moved into these two lines here.
Okay, good. So there is no increase in any of the lines within this buildings and grounds budget, correct? There's no increase of any lines within the buildings and grounds budget.
I don't see any.
Okay, I'm sorry for causing a kerfuffle, but I understand it fully now.
Can I just add my 2 cents on a few things here? This, as Chris writes in his note, this is very a risky thing, and I do understand we have the emergency fund. And not exactly. Two points I want to make. One is the most complaints I feel I get during the summertime via emails at the post office. It is lawn mowing, at the Great Barrington cemeteries, all these different spots, Housatonic Library, the Housatonic Park, when it falls behind. And I just think it would be a mistake again to remove the internship assistance for the DPW. And all these other ones, we understand how electricity, heating costs and everything, we see it ourselves as our bills fluctuate so much. So I think this is a little bit of a shell thing. We're gonna move it over here for now. I'm pretty sure we're moving that back in, whether it's a special meeting with the finance board or not. So I personally think, I know at some point we're talking about taking away from services. I know, to speak to some of Garfield's points last time, people were getting laid off and everything. That's when the parks get used the most. That's when people wanna go for a walk in the cemetery and see it properly mowed. I really feel that of all things, that one line needs to be at least filled. Everything else, I think, is a gamble that's gonna end up going back into this budget at some point. And I understand the cautionary, I understand where we need to get to by the end of tonight. I just really feel that the maintenance, just as far as, I mean, I'm pretty particular about my own lawn, but the lawns in town, I think, is something that gets picked up by the citizens quite a bit. And I think Joe asking for interns is a good resource to sort that problem out at a relatively cheap price and not tagged on with all the insurance and retirement and all that stuff. So I think it's something worth taking advantage of. The other things, I mean, up for debate. I understand why Chris did it, but I would just really like for people to think long-term and for labor and how we need it. So.
No, and I would agree. And Joe explained last time, summertime's when his crews also go on vacation, like the rest of us do. And also we get 4 or 5 straight days of rain. And he's really struggling. I agree, other than high taxes, people do complain all summer about mowing, whether they do a good job or not, they find, reasons. There's always an area that they didn't get to, that happens. I don't think they do a great job, but it just happens. I think for a little bit of money, that's a pretty good area to keep.
Can I just respond?
I would like to respond.
Yeah.
to
Okay,
Yeah.
you just mentioned that people complain about mowing, whether we do a good job or a bad job. And so my view is, I'm having a tough time, and I'm not saying that lawns shouldn't look nice, but we have so many really tough cuts coming here. You can forward people's emails on to me and I'll just explain to them all the things we weren't able to fund this year that we would have really liked to fund. And again, I'm not saying we should never mow a lawn, but I'm really struggling with that's people's number one priority.
Number one, before we go on, so do you ever have to use overtime to get caught up? On mowing? That's the other thing that concerns me, is that we end up using overtime and it may be more cost effective just to use interns.
Especially going into Memorial Day, 4th of July, the holiday, for people to celebrate their parks.
Rich.
May I just say that we've gone from, did you have an intern last year?
We currently do.
A high
You have
school
one intern,
We actually have it through the whole school year, a couple days a week, and it usually stays with us.
but this line is for 3 interns.
College.
Originally, it was cut back to 1. And then the 5,000.
The 29,000 is for 1 intern?
How much?
29,000 is for 1 intern?
I think originally it was cut down to 1. And then that 5,000 was taken out in this last round. Now we did, Chris.
I don't believe we did
was-
any cuts. Last time we just talked
We
about
left it
it.
at 5,000.
We didn't do any cuts.
I think we were looking to eliminate them all just for the purpose of saving the money.
Well, I'm just saying, we can't discuss having 1 intern as opposed to 3, since we have 1 now. But I'm also saying, in light of all that we have to cut, what kinds of essential services are we talking about? Perfect lawn as opposed to perhaps we go 1 week longer in a lawn. I think the taxpayers facing the taxes they have to pay now, which every year are going up, I think they may reasonably accept some slight change in the perfection that we're providing in order for parts of the year, in order to understand how much we are trying to keep the tax down. So that's why I highly recommend that we go ahead and we cut it all, or we have a discussion for having one, but not three.
One thing to remember, we all know what happens when we don't get to our lawn. It takes twice as long the next time you mow, whether you're on vacation or you get a week of rain. Now you're raking it and bagging it and stuff like that. So letting lawns go is not a good answer either.
How far did we have to let it go this year in order to?
There's been times that Memorial Field had, 6-inch grass on it and, the ball would stop when they hit it, and things like that, We had complaints that the cemeteries weren't ready for Memorial Day or Mother's Day. Our target is Memorial Day, not Mother's Day, because usually that's early and we're still cleaning. We also share services. It's not like buildings and grounds and employees are the only ones that mow. But around and buying people from highway. We do a lot of that.
You do a fine job.
How, I mean, I know if my lawn, and I'm not a good lawn person, but it grows like crazy. Starting April, May and June, but then sometimes in July and August, if it's hot,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to.
Last year-
Can you extend the times?
We do.
You do,
We do.
okay.
It's not like an automatic, it gets mowed every Thursday.
Oh, okay,
No, it's not. We watch them. This past summer, we didn't have that relief that you're talking about until late summer, but only for a few weeks.
So Joe, I'm sorry, just go back one more time. The 29,000 is for 3 interns?
That was the plan. Yes.
Okay, so if we took away interns, how likely is it that your overtime budget line would go over?
Probably not over. We cut that too. But we're, probably not over.
But you will spend some of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, look, this is
how much would one intern be?
let me, so it's that number divided by 3.
Yeah, last time I was told,
Yeah.
take 29,000 and divide it by
Yeah,
3.
so
That
I-
will be the cost of one.
Let me just chime in. Ann made a very important point in that, we just basically made a recommendation against funding for, childcare with the local nonprofit. So in that spirit, it's hard to turn that down and then also allocate additional funds, to make sure our lawns are kept at a level that certain people expect.
And, I can't agree with you more. I'm fortunate in a way that I had 4 and 5 budgets to work with, and the way I did it is prioritize them.
Yeah.
To get the money. So
Yeah, I mean, the flip side of that is that it's a very cost-effective way of staffing.
it is.
So,
We're lucky that the highway and a good portion of buildings and grounds do winter maintenance. They don't take their time off in the winter because we actually need them in the winter. And so that just compounds the summer.
Can I jump in?
please.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, I understand, and I also know as someone who has to turn off Main Street in Housatonic onto 41 South, that cutting that grass is a safety issue too, because of visibility. So I'm not saying we shouldn't be mowing lawns and cutting grass, but I mean, I'm willing to come back at the end of this or at the public hearing and considering going back to the 1 intern. But again, I think this is a year where we just can't add. So I would like to support Chris's cuts here. And then again, as we get to the public hearing or to the end of this, we can reconsider adding back in the $5,000 intern. I know it's not ideal, but I just can't.
I'd rather you leave money in building repairs than that.
Okay.
I shouldn't speak to.
Yes, go right ahead.
I have to agree with Ann, in the sense that this is a tough year we're gonna cut childcare. It's tough to say, let's move on. It doesn't save anyone, it doesn't save people, a consumer's money by not having the lawns cut. And I think in this budget year, it's very difficult. It is a good staffing idea to have an intern. But when we're talking cuts, layoffs, et cetera, and things where they need to be done, maybe we can even get volunteers to come and do the lawn. If they're so concerned, we can maybe put up a sheet to do like we are. This is a tough year. Let people know it's a tough year. This is something that we think maybe we need to not fund this year. As again, we're cutting childcare.
Just to be clear, they didn't cut childcare. We
Okay.
never funded childcare.
We never funded it. So, well, then that's an issue as well.
But we're setting it up that
Correct.
there might be less available childcare because we can't.
I'm gonna make a motion to accept Chris's recommendation, but we'll keep funding for one intern. So instead of a reduction in 29,000 in the intern line item, I think we'll reduce it by, if my math is right, 16, or what's my math right? 2 times 13, 26, reduce it by 20. No, I'm getting the math wrong. So it's 29,000 for 3 interns. So we'll go down, go down, we'll keep 10,000 in there, is what I'm proposing. So instead of a 76 reduction, it would be a 66 reduction. I made that motion, is there a second? It's all quiet here. Crickets, huh?
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion?
I don't support it.
Okay, all in favor?
I'll say aye.
No,
I'm in favor, and you're a no. All right, we have to try again.
That's just.
No, it's a
that's
split
failed
vote.
It's a split vote, yeah,
That's a failed vote.
yeah, so it's a failed vote, so that's,
that's
okay,
how
so,
much of the cuts that are wanting to be made, we would be able to approve, and we split that out.
What do you mean?
Can we make one motion for all the cuts except for this one line and see if we have an approval on all those other cuts? And then have one motion for that particular line?
All you have to do is do the other ones, and this one won't be in it.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna make another motion that we accept Chris's recommendation for the 76,500 cut.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous.
Same motion?
Second,
Any discussion? All in favor?
we are voting to not accept, correct?
No, I'm voting
Accept.
To accept the,
Accept is right, that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
Aye,
All in favor?
aye.
Okay,
Opposed?
Aye.
So it fails 1 to 3. So it's a non-recommendation on the cut. It means nothing because it's a finance committee holding the public hearing there.
what
I thought we had.
Yeah, I thought it
we
was-
had 4 ayes.
Yeah.
I thought you voted aye.
No.
Oh, you
No, they-
voted no,
No,
so
it's already
3 to
done.
1. 3
Yeah,
to
did
1
you
is
vote
not.
no?
No. Garfield voted in favor, and 3 voted.
okay, so it's 1 to 3 and 3 to 1.
But in
Yeah.
favor was in
No.
favor of the cuts, was it not?
Yeah.
That's what our
All of us
message,
Voted in favor of the cuts with you guys.
right?
Right.
3 of us voted no.
Oh, so it's 3 no,
but
1
we
yes.
all
Okay.
voted in
Very
favor.
good.
So let me just explain this briefly before we get really into. the
I got
weeds.
confused.
When after the public hearing, there'll be a vote on the total number,
Right.
which is at that point where we can say, yeah, the total number is fine, we just didn't make this cut, but we'll approve the whole total, or we may do a select board may say we don't recommend.
And all of this goes to the town for their vote as well. So, I mean,
That's right.
Okay, now, maybe just one other thing, so when you, gentlemen, that said no, that you want this line in, pretty much.
It's not that detailed. What we are saying is we don't like this level of cuts.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean we want all 76,500 back in. I probably would have supported Phil's one.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a big deal because we still have a public hearing, we still have another series of votes.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
okay,
Item 12 in my memo. Police, fire, emergency management, building inspector department. And animal control. No changes from what you previously reviewed. and voted. Um. Next up is Public Works Highway. The proposal for highway is a overall reduction of $5,067.
Yeah.
There is some subtraction proposed here and some addition, but overall it's about 5,000. Reducing, first of all, highway overtime by 5,567. Downing the expense lines. We do recommend increasing equipment maintenance and repairs by 10,000. That's a budget that seems to be trending high. Increasing street and bridge maintenance and repairs by 50,000. So this is this represents the superintendent and his crews looking through the budget, prioritizing, and if we had to do one thing, what should we be focusing on? And that is clearly the priority of street and bridge maintenance and repairs. So shifting funds within the budget to that line. Ultimately, they can move money within the expense lines if needed. Reducing contracted services by 20,000. Reducing police details by 5,000. That is a line that we often built into capital project budgets. And the thinking, as Joe has explained before, is why build that into a capital budget and capitalize, borrow for an expense that is essentially a one-time expense for manhole repair or something like that. So we started to build it into the operating budget rather than capitalize the cost. This shifts some of the costs back to capital. Reduces tree services by 25,000. Reduces office supplies by 500, reduces gas and diesel by 10,000. Safety supplies by 500. Travel training by 1,000. We do have to increase highway garage remediation. There's still a little bit of, this is an old site where there's previous contamination. There's still testing and a final report to be filed next year, including the activity and using station on the property. For total costs, as I said, $5,000, $5,067, and the total recommended highway budget of $1,825,400.
May I ask about the street and bridge maintenance and repairs line? I was a little surprised that we suddenly had an increase of 50,000 when we've gone through this budget twice with you here. And there was no suggestion that it was 50,000 short. And now, when we're going through cuts, now it's 50,000 short. I don't understand why we had 3 nights of discussion and now we're having a $50,000 increase. That's what I don't understand.
So the actuals to date were running higher than they should have been.
Are they higher than what was here a month ago?
Actuals to date on the paper there, divided it by the number of months, then multiplied it by 12 months, we'd be substantially over budget.
But we had the same figures the last 2 times we met.
Doesn't
And
mean we
we
agreed
didn't,
with it, it doesn't mean we agreed with that, it's like, your roads are your number one asset.
but no suggestion was made that this was insufficient, and we approved. We recommended this budget last time without the additional cuts, or increases, and that went forward. So I don't understand why we're looking at a $50,000 increase now. I'm not saying that there isn't always work to be done and always improvements to be made. I am not saying that. But I am saying that in this time when we are looking at cutting, I'm surprised that it's an addition now at the 11th hour.
There was an exercise that Chris went through and made recommendations to the department heads. Okay, and he did it with the 4 or 5 budgets that are under my wings. And I did it when I went through and prioritized the items on where we should spend our money. I went back to Chris and sat with the superintendent, Chris, and we recommended cut here, put the money back here where we need it.
So you took the other cuts, which feel very tough for us, and you moved that budget to this line.
Chris had a number that he was looking to get to. And he was, say, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris. Chris was looking for a number, so what I did is, I tried to honor that number, and I think we may have beat your number just by a little bit or something. And part of that discussion was, hey, we're cutting some areas, let's kick some extra money of this into your reserve fund. So if we have additional building repairs or additional road work or bridge work that we need something, we got something to lean on. So that's the exercise we went through.
Well, I appreciate you filling out the steps that went forward for us to get here, but I will just say that I will not vote yes on an increase of $50,000 on one line of the budget. If we're gonna cut, then we're gonna cut. And if that means that I just vote no on the cut of $5,000, then I will live with that.
Am I misreading this, that at the end of the day, at the end of the highway budget, it's still gonna be $5,000 lower? So
$5,000 less,
lower than it was originally.
Right,
When we voted yes before.
but that's because other cuts were made and those cuts
Other
were
cuts,
put into this line.
So other cuts in this budget though, not outside of it, right?
Other parts of the Department of Public Works budgets
Right,
were cut severely, and that money was earmarked back to this line. I'm not saying that there isn't work to be done, but I'm
Right.
just saying that in this, if there was a serious need for an extra 50,000, we would have heard about it in the last 2 meetings
Yeah.
where we met.
yeah, I guess the way I'm looking at, I understand what you're saying, Richard, and I understand where you're coming from, but I think what was, the way I look at it, what was proposed is that at the end of the day, come up with cuts. And what do I know as far as if we're taking 10,000 from this one line and 15 from here, adding some there at the end of the day, if we're still coming up $5,067 shorter. And the head of the DPW feels good about it, I would suggest he knows those fine tool numbers more than I, and we're still achieving at the end of the day a decrease.
So
in that section.
if I may justify a piece of that, there's 2 line items here, and you've heard this argument from me before on the buildings and grounds budget. We have street and bridge maintenance and repairs, and we have contracted services. I hire a contractor to fix a street, so contracted services will get on roads and bridge repair. Okay, so really, that should be one line. Okay, or one for streets and one for bridges. So there was $20,000 cut under contracted services, and the 20,000 that was put into that 50. The other thing is, and again, because of where we are, our total budget counting both was $192,000, and actuals through 315 are 181,000. We will exceed that budget. Just maintain your roads at the current level by $40,000 or $50,000 by the time this year ends. So what we did is we reallocated some of the funds to the proper line.
So just taking that a little bit further, if you look at the FY25 town meeting goals for lines. Street bridge maintenance repair and contracted services, you add those two together. There's two successive lines for FY25 town meeting goals. That's 272,800.
And if it makes you feel better, we
And the
can,
proposal here for it with these cuts. Is 305,000, it's just a little bit more, and we know that that is already running over.
if it would make you feel better, we can eliminate that 50, put the 20 back in contracted service, put the 5 back in police details, and put the 25 back in tree services, because you approved it before. And at the end of the year, we'll transfer money.
I guess that's where I think
Yeah, the exercise is
wanted-
to show you where the actual needs and
Transparency.
priorities.
Yeah.
Should, where they felt they should be, rather than.
I guess I just wanna, I wanna support my fellow finance committee member here. Because I know that the money, within a budget, you can move things around, which is, makes sense. We can't predict everything to the dollar. So really, what we're talking about here is a $5,000 reduction to a $1,825,000 budget. And is that what the request was? To reduce it by 5,000?
Chris turned around and sent me highway, transfer station, buildings and grounds, and parks and rec.
Mhm.
He had recommendations, okay? And there were certain recommendations that, in my mind, across those 4 budgets, were prioritized the way I see the needs for the community. So in my mind, your roadway network is number 1. Okay, above police, above fire, above ambulance, please let me finish, okay? So we took the monies and put it where it was needed and cut things that aren't as high of a priority. And we all might not agree with that. But when the cuts were made, we just shifted around. At the end of the day, between those 4 budgets, we're cutting more money than Chris originally asked for.
So
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I guess I just want to follow up though. So what Richard was asking, so the budget that we got at the start of this process, even the budget we got 2 weeks ago, which we knew we were already trying to make cuts, really didn't take into account what the need was for the bridge and street maintenance. I guess what I'm saying is sort of, we had a good faith reading of the original budget. Now it turns out we need to add to this budget. And
We
again,
had a good faith reading, but we weren't taking into account the expenditures today.
I think
And
we
he
were,
reallocated.
because we had them on the budget previously shown what they were through March.
Right, but he reallocated money.
Yeah.
Where he thought it was needed more. Which
Yeah.
makes sense, that's his
Yeah.
job.
Let me make a comment, and then I'm gonna suggest we try to vote and move forward here. I mean, just the context, this department budget for fiscal 24 was, in terms of actual usage, was, 2,036,000. So right now, we're basically our budget number now is about $200,000 below what we actually spent in 24, and it's also pretty significantly below what we approved at the 25 town meeting. So, we've done a lot of chopping on this budget. It's certainly a critical function of the town. Well, I'm not gonna do the comparison to the other departments, but it's certainly a critical function. And, I take your point, Richard, but I do suggest we move on and vote.
As you wish.
So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend the revised budget for the highway department of $1,825,472.
We have a second? I'll second it. I'm allowed to do that.
Mhm.
So do we have a vote?
No.
No,
I'm a yes.
Yes.
All right, so we're tied on that one, so I guess that means we're not recommending.
Unless there's another motion.
Right, okay. I don't know if we have another motion.
if we want to, remove the line for police details, and just have a motion for that, which would achieve our $5,000 goal, then I would, support that motion.
May I? So you're on the finance committee, you understand debt service, you understand capital budgeting. What you're doing, the police details will occur. Okay, so either you pay them out of an operating budget, or you capitalize the money and pay debt service out for 25 years. So if you cut $5,000 there, what you're gonna do is you're gonna pay debt service that $5,000, because they are gonna occur.
But your budget that we are seeing today cuts that amount.
But if you look at the actuals to date, then that's to help us get to a number, thinking we're gonna capitalize it. So you're gonna capitalize more money. So again, it's all how you wanna spend your money.
Well, in the future, I would appreciate a budget that was more fully indicative of where the needs are and not just fudge the budget so that we can bring it back the way we want it at the 11th hour.
Welcome to line item budgeting.
Yes.
Well, yes,
do
and you're
understand
welcome to it as well.
Okay, so we have our 2-2 vote, which means that we are. That motion cannot recommend this particular cut recommended by Chris. You getting that right?
If it gets an approval, take the $5,000.
No,
By the way,
what I'm suggesting is maybe we move on to the transfer station and have that discussion, because that's the money which has been moved back into the budget for roads and maintenance of roads. And if we want to deal with that issue directly, let's deal with it directly.
I also want to say, I think we're spending a lot of time on $5,000. I'm fine standing with the original vote, because it's really just a $5,000 reduction. It's not all these 10,000
And then it doesn't
20,000.
reduce the police detail and all those
Right,
other
right.
things, which are apparently very important.
Okay, let's try the transfer station.
As it stands right now, you haven't voted, you
We're-
passed the
so-
recommendation,
yeah.
so what stands is what you approved.
That's
at
correct,
the
yes.
last
Correct.
session.
Yeah.
The transfer station, as you recall, after the February meetings, Joe recommended moving these expenses of the transfer station out of the highway budget, so you could see how they operate on their own. This is actually an interesting, division of DPW, if you will. If you look at how they're trending, the revenues that they're able to recoup through the fees and whatnot, are coming in pretty well, and they're reducing their expenses. So overall, this is not a huge money loser for the town as it used to be. Even so, as we were looking at cuts and again, trying to preserve staff, et cetera, Joe's team looked at how do we prioritize what DPW is spending its money on. And their priorities, as Joe just said, is streets and road maintenance, #1 priority. In terms of priorities, transfer station was not the highest priority item. For what the town should be spending its limited funds on. So the proposal here includes a number of reductions. The DPW superintendent, the highway superintendent, there's still staff time allocated here because there's still activity that occurs up there, whether it's the town dumping its own trash from the town hall or other buildings. There's still maintenance of the landfill itself, and other things like that. So the reductions fall to $1,500 in highway overtime. The recycling center staff itself at $18,756. The hazardous waste collection, we did receive an updated estimate for next year that has got to be increased by $1,300. Trash and recycling hauling would go down by $60,000 because we would no longer have to haul away the users' trash and recycling. We'd still have to haul away our own, but the reduction there is $60,000. The landfill, engineering goes up. We do have, estimates for that. That's actually monitoring water. And I think PFAS now is a new requirement of the monitoring, which takes all those costs up by another 13,000. Equipment maintenance repairs, that's like the dumpsters and compactors, less use, less repairs, reduced by 3,000. Kiosk operations, was proposed new service of $3,500, that's been provided. So total landfill budget cut of $72,456. Total recommended budget overall for the landfill transfer station, $84,465. This would close the landfill to residents, the transfer station to residents.
Okay, so thank you. A basic question, I think, is in this proposal, we would then be foregoing all of the revenue that we receive by selling the stickers,
Correct.
either for the trash or the recycling.
Correct.
And that we would lose those funds, they wouldn't flow through free cash, or we wouldn't have the benefit from them
Correct.
the following year, essentially.
And how much approximately is that per year? Do we have any idea?
So. I think I think it's in the $80,000 range, $80,000 range. So in 2020, fiscal 2022, the transfer station cost the taxpayers $47,000. In 2023, it cost $41,000. In 2024, it cost the taxpayers around $20,000. And then we had a rate increase, and projected cost of expenses versus revenues will be something between 5 and 10,000 for this fiscal year. So as Chris stated, you have a service you're offering your community that is coming close to balancing. And I'm pretty sure we could get it real close. But the thing is, the revenues aren't offsetting the expenses, and that's where you're gaining your budget.
Well, they are offsetting the expenses, but not in the budget, not in the operating
So
budget.
if we close transfer station, you don't get the revenues.
If you look
Okay.
at the
So-
citizens from their point of view. It's not reducing their taxes at all, because they're going to have to hire a private hauler.
Correct.
So it makes, to me, little sense for us to approve this, unless there are citizens who. Dump it in their backyard, burn it. I remember when I was growing up, that's what we did, so
Let's not do any burning fires.
That was what was done, there was no done, so I don't see a reason to do this, it's just taking away a service, but forcing you to still spend money.
So Madonna.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Right, and this is to Joe Aberdale. You know, we've been talking about that kiosk. Wasn't it around $60,000, and didn't we finally get it? And now we wouldn't be able to use it?
No, I think there was $50,000 or $60,000 approved. We have procured it, it's built, it's waiting to be programmed, and it's only cost, I think, around $29,000.
But now it's just gonna sit there
Yeah.
and just be, yeah, so I hate this thing. I think you're encouraging people to throw their trash on the side of the Housatonic River or whatever.
So
I mean,
to your point there, that's why we recommended you keep the hazardous waste in there, because if someone throws some hazardous waste on the side of the road, we'll spend more than that $8,800 cleaning it
yeah,
up.
but I just think that, the revenues, cause I started checking on it. Like the people that get the full sticker, it's something like this. I saw that it was like 550 people, and it was, I'm sorry, it's $550 for a full sticker.
It's
And
about
you-
350 to 400 users.
Okay,
Right,
so-
right, but your the full amount for all access is $550 per person, correct? And you got like 78 people at least that have done that in the town. Then you've got the decals that are just the recycling, and those are $85, and there's about 500 people that are using that. So there's already 83,000 coming in just from that too. Then we have the per bag, what, $7.25 a bag for the larger ones?
Stickers, yeah.
So there's a lot of revenue coming in, and a kiosk that we're not gonna be able to use. Is there any way we can, even if we had a reduction in we went back and had a reduction for citizens to use on Saturday.
You don't mind what your DPW had on. You got 4 budgets in front of you, you're told to cut $200,000, where you cut.
Okay,
I'm
can I,
not gonna cut it from my roads.
can I just make one last clarification? Is if we were, the reason to do this from a levy management point of view is that we would, if we shut this thing down July 1 of this year, and we save, we save the $70,000 for this particular calendar year, but we forego for the following year, the free cash that would show up from the sale of the stickers.
I'd rather just use 70, under rounded up 75,000 in free cash. At the end.
Right, no, that's where I'm getting, that's where I'm getting, so I respect the proposal,
I do too.
all ideas are good, this doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I agree with you, but it was done to make a point to you. You guys want the budget cut. Okay, you're getting the benefit of the revenues,
Right.
but you don't wanna take the revenues to pay it back and make it a self-supporting entity.
It's not,
You want your
it's
cake
not
and
an
you wanna eat
enterprise
it
fund.
too.
Well, I don't,
It's not an enterprise fund. It's not set up.
No, well,
That's a revolving account.
Yeah, revolving.
yeah,
It's not set up.
in my mind, the reason this expenditure makes sense is that it is essentially paying for itself, as long as our stickers are priced accordingly.
I couldn't agree more. And you know what? Challenge me would make it a balance and put the revenues to offset.
Okay. That's a recurring theme that comes up in a handful of contexts. It's just not the way we do it right now, as I understand
Exactly,
it.
so that's why it's being cut.
And not necessarily true. It's been a few years, but prior to Joe, and it's not Joe's fault.
Yeah.
But every 2 years, we used to look at very closely the revenue and expenditures and decide how much stickers were, et cetera. We haven't done that in a while.
Okay, so
This past year.
all right, so
Yes.
so I don't support this, and the other problem is that if we did this, then people we'd have trash everywhere in town, people would be,
How about a motion from the?
yeah, how about a motion?
You understand what you wanted to say.
I'm the only one, okay, I'm gonna make a motion to politely decline this proposal.
And leave the
I'll
amount as it
second.
was
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Fund it with free cash.
Well, we'll do that at the
Yeah,
end.
that's the net tab at the end.
Right,
Any
yeah.
further
Okay.
discussion?
Oh,
All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to make the same motion with just a tiny bit of discussion.
Yeah, you can jump. Do I have a second? Go ahead with this.
Yeah, so I guess I just wanna clarify a few things and on our 4th night or 5th night. We sat around the table and a few times and went through all these budgets and we didn't make that many cuts, so we asked our town staff. To make those hard decisions for us, so I just wanna thank them for giving us the options, whether we like them or not, and understand, since they understand how it operates to a detail. I'm sure it's all painful, so I just. The thought of 400 users and why there's so many other people, like, I understand that it's not the best idea, but it was a good one put up, that is a significant amount of savings. And yeah, these decisions aren't easy, as we've been saying, so I appreciate the effort. It is, in my mind, I was thinking about the possibilities of it, since it is 500 users when we have a lot more houses. But then I just had these Earth Day pickup signs for everybody to clean up the streets, and we already have enough stuff thrown out, so I understand, and I do think the free cash item is.
I think there are many people like myself who hire another service to do it. Easy to do
Yeah.
for our convenience, but I don't believe everybody in this town is in the same position. And I think the transfer station works the best for those people who have to really budget how they're gonna handle their trash. And I appreciate that they go through that and they use this, what we have created.
There's other revenue streams that can be added to the transfer station in future years. It should be cautiously added to make sure that.
I think that will, at the end of the day, the 75K, I just think it's a little bit extreme to think that people responsible adults are gonna be dumping their trash all over the road. I have a private service, I think it's much easier for me. I don't have to worry about the time, the energy, the gas money, running up there, getting in line, maybe, et cetera, et cetera. So first of all, I thought that it's a bit much, saying people who don't, responsible people are gonna be dumping their trash all over the road because they don't have that. It may find the services done easier for them, maybe even a little less costly, 7 something a bag, that can add up, more than, if you got 8 bags, well, that's more than your garbage bill all day, any day. So I don't know, but I guess in the end, I will, to see to what we agree with most. I don't have an issue really with that, except for the fact that I thought that was a bit much to say that, and that responsible people to do that. And for me, getting private hauling is much less of a hassle for me to have to worry about running up there and paying $50 if I've got 7 or 8 bags, when it's cheaper for the person out of the garbage.
I respectfully disagree, and I do think people will toss their trash.
And we can agree to disagree, and trash is gonna be tossed anyway, whether we have a transfer station or not. Trash, people are gonna trash, man. It's that simple. You can't avoid everything. It's unfortunate, but if someone wants to hurt themselves, as much as you try, it's gonna happen anyway. So now that's a great analogy, but I don't think that's gonna happen. And I'm not disagreeing with using the monies at the end of the day, it's your capital funded.
Okay,
I just wanted to ask, do we have, I know some of the other towns, since we have a lot of summer residents or whatever, or they have renters that come in, do we have a special, I think Monterey does, they have what do you call it? A season, not a season, but for like 12 weeks or 10 weeks.
No,
Is that something we could?
we're not doing that tonight.
Oh, okay.
We're not reading that.
Okay,
But in the future, it might be
Yeah.
something to consider.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Is there a need to go back to the highway budget? Does the finance committee want to revisit the highway budget?
Do we want to have another motion on that?
I thought we just kept the original budget.
No, we did not approve. The revised.
The approval that we did last
The
year.
original budget.
Right.
Okay,
Next,
So yes, so it's the 2 committees made 2 different recommendations. Is that what's gonna go in front of public hearing?
Public hearing.
the public hearing for the highway budget is what you recommended at the last meeting.
And we all agree, both committees. Okay, okay.
Your public hearing, the transfer budget is fully funded without these cuts.
Right.
Okay. Next up is item 15 in my memo, Board of Health to reduce by $450. This is really in the kind of beach testing line. I mean, if there's a beach closure for bacteria or something, we wouldn't be able to test as often. Like another 2 tests that week, and we're going to reopen the beach sooner. That's the implication of that particular cut. There's really nowhere else to cut in that department. And
I guess, one of your cuts in that section was for travel training.
yeah,
And one was for contracted services.
that's right, you're right.
So can you speak to the travel training portion?
Travel training was just a reduction in training.
I would recommend that we do not reduce the small amount for testing of the water. So that we can open the beaches whenever it's feasible. But I would do a motion for the $250 reduction.
So if you accept that, Rich, then your total health budget change is $250 less for a total of $146,986.
I make a motion that we amend our recommended approval of the health department budget for $46,966.
906.
Yeah. just
I
put
thought that what
200
you-
back in.
I'm sorry, did I miss that?
Oh,
here?
990, well, no, you wanna take, can I,
Oh,
We
I'm sorry.
wanted to
I
add
took out the-
200 back, right? Then I misspoke.
No, I
No.
misled you.
Sorry.
I mean, this is such a.
It's my fault to make this
Yeah.
change.
I just,
How about a competing motion?
can you do a competing motion? My competing
No, you gotta get
motion
one more.
is, I think.
Just ignore Richard here.
I.
We'll just say no to my motion. I heard no second, so we'll
My
move
motion
forward.
is that we not approve this reduction and we stay with the original budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I don't think we have to vote because we're still at the original, we voted on that 2 weeks ago.
That's right.
And let's move on.
Move on.
No, one thing, community services, back to 0, 0. Council on Aging, small reductions in equipment maintenance repairs.
And incorporating the reduction that we had made at our last meeting.
Which was, activities.
Yeah.
Mhm. Additional
Oh, right,
reduction
yeah.
in office supplies and travel training. Total reduction of $2,963.
All right, do we have a motion?
I move that we amend our approval. Amend our recommendation for approval of the Council on Aging budget. For a reduction of $2,963 and a total budget of $240,817.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second, I have a motion and a second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, next one up is the Veterans Affairs budget. This was another really difficult, one to look at given the overall picture. So the proposed overall reduction here is $44,687. As proposed, it's a cut of $23,000 to the American Legion lease, that's the Housatonic, VFW, and American Legion. And a cut of $12,914 for the VFW lease, that's the Great Barrington VFW post. And we know we can cut the Veterans District by $1,500 and the Veterans Benefits by $1,500. I'm sorry,
By 7,000.
the district by $7,273, that's what Tom explained to us last time.
Yes, we approved that part already.
Right. So the total recommended here is $131,742 for Veterans Affairs.
And Chris, I guess you had said in your memo that there's some legal issues about funding leases, but we've been doing this for how long?
Since 2010.
Jim, go, no,
Okay.
Jim and Andy and Steve.
Okay.
Thanks, state name and your affiliation.
Tim Bailey, I'm from Housatonic. I'm the commander of post 8183, the Adams Buzz Post in Housatonic, Massachusetts. I'm gonna sit here and explain to all of you what the Housatonic Post, the VFW is. And I'm gonna speak on only post 8183. We heard a lot tonight about essential services, right? Essential services. Well, in everybody's eyes, essential services is something you can't live without, right? Can't live without it. We have to have it. What the VFW Post and Housatonic does is provide services to veterans, to their families. It might not seem like an essential service to many of you, but to the veterans who we serve, it means the world. Have any of you heard 22 associated with veterans? Any of you in this room? 22. That's the number of suicides, veterans daily. So anything I can do to keep a fellow veteran alive, I'm gonna do. And that includes providing a safe place, a place that's theirs to meet, theirs, not rented, not some office in the basement of the town hall. It's theirs, a place they feel safe, welcome, encouraged. I'm young. I didn't serve Vietnam, but there's men who served Vietnam who are more deserving than anything we can ever give them. The return they received or the welcome they received when they returned home from war was absolutely disgusting. I served in Iraq, Somalia. I returned as I was. Nobody knew the difference. It didn't matter. I wasn't spit on. But still, I respected these men. I respect these men. The World War II veterans that we looked up to as kids, who I idolized, they're all but gone. Just a few of them left. These are the men and the women whose legacy we carry on at the VFW. And we do that by providing scholarships for families, veterans families. We provide Voice of Democracy. Post 8183 is extremely involved in youth through the Voice of Democracy, Patriots Pen. And if you guys remember the Memorial Days where we had those speakers, amazing. These kids have an opportunity to learn about themselves, learn about the country, learn about veterans. It's an amazing thing that we support. We support that financially. We support scholarships financially. We don't have a bar. We don't have a restaurant. We do our fundraising through a poppy drive, through tickets sold for a condo raffle. We raise our own funds and rely on the rest to be given to us generously by the town, by the taxpayers. So you hear about essential services and sacrifices. These men and women I represent as the post commander understand sacrifice. So let's get that straight. They're not afraid of sacrifice. They've given it their whole lives. We continue to return to the community, to give back to the community unselfishly. The funds that you give us, we can give you an absolute receipt for every single dollar given to us. I can have our quartermaster open up his books tonight and provide to you where every single dollar went. Every single dollar. And at the end of the year, do you know what we're left with in our budget? Roughly $2,600 of all that money you give us. Now, as a member of Post 8183, I've been very fortunate. I was accepted into the post at a very young age, right after I came back and got out. My cost was to be a member of the Post Honor Guard. Since 1994, I've been on the Honor Guard. We provide services for funerals, for celebrations, for town services, for parades. We don't say we can't attend that funeral because he's not a member of VFW. We attend that funeral for the veterans. Our home we open up to veterans and their families. They don't have to be a member of our VFW post. We open it up and provide services at their darkest hours during funerals. We don't sit there, as much as a lot of people believe, get drunk and tell war stories at our monthly meetings. That's not what we do. Don't get me wrong. There's a time we have a couple of shots of beers and we'll tell war stories, but it's not what we do. Our primary objective is to support each other. And that's what we do with the funds given to us. It's an amazing thing. We've never had to have a veteran go hungry in Housatonic. We've never had one be without a turkey dinner. We've never had one without a ride somewhere. And when their extended stays at hospitals because of cancer or whatever illnesses they suffer. We provide for the family housing through hotels. We ensure that they have transportation. We've given gas money to a veteran in need. Our money given to us is given right back to the community. We provide an essential service to a very vulnerable community, the veterans. And trust me, until you sat down, looked them in the eye at any of these events, whether it be Memorial Day, a funeral service, you'll never understand until you look that veteran in the eye that day. These men and women have sacrificed. Some of them making the ultimate sacrifice. Those men and women, we don't have plaques entering the town saying this man was killed in action. We don't. We don't need that recognition. Many of us don't ask for that recognition. It's not about the glory we seek. All we want to do is survive and help our fellow veteran survive. We are very fortunate in this community, in these 12 communities, to have Tom Beasley as our Veteran Service Officer. He is provided with a budget for 12 towns. He provides services to 12 towns. One man. This man is Superman. He's an amazing individual, and what he does for the veterans is unbelievable. But Tom's only one man. And that budget, $131,000 budget, how far does that get an entire community? Does Tom Beasley supposed to support the backs of every single veteran? That's where organizations and posts like Post 813 come in and pick up the slack, because that's what we do as veterans. We help one another. We move forward, we move on. But it's unfortunate that we have to be here tonight to ask for this money. This is crazy to me. And I think part of it is because you all don't know. You really don't know what we do. You don't know the standards Post 8183 is held to by the VFW. We are national. We are all-American post. Not an easy achievement by any means. We are all state post. Again, not an easy achievement by any means. These men and women in our post are amazing men and women who continue to give back to this community. Many of them, some of them as far away as Florida, California. Do you know they still participate in our community? They still keep our veterans safe doing what they do. And I think that's what it's about. We talk about essential services. I can't think of a service any more essential than providing money to keep veterans going, to keep them safe. Because I'll be damned if I allow anybody in this community to fall victim of that 22. That's my goal. I have an opportunity, I have the greatest opportunity as the post commander to lead men and to ensure that these men and women are safe and secure and have all they have, all they need. This is something I've set my life to. I've always said since I was a kid, my son was young. I wasn't able to participate fully. Raising a child alone was difficult. I didn't have the time to dedicate to the community, to the veterans community. I have the time. I'll make the time. I was honored with being accepted as the VSO on the VSO committee. It's an amazing responsibility to take care of veterans. And like I said, Tom Beasley is an incredible veteran service officer. He can't do it alone. No. So back to our budget here. And I'm very glad Tom had an opportunity to thoroughly explain to you how this works. And I hope it was all understood that $5,000 supply listed as one line item was veterans flags at the cemeteries. It wasn't pens, it wasn't straws, it wasn't napkins. It wasn't drinks. It was flags at the cemetery, $5,000 worth of flags. Walk through that cemetery sometime. Those flags represent all of us. So now we're gonna have to get technical. I understand that chapter 40 says that the town may provide money for lease and rent. And the town may offer us an opportunity for a room in the basement or wherever, this meeting. I understand that. Technically, yes, town can do that. So back to Tom Beasley's budget. I'm so glad he explained it all to you. Because the town has had the wool pulled over their eyes for a long frickin' time. Joe Aberdale hinted at it with the transfer station. There's revenue coming in to support the transfer station. It's self-supporting. That money goes where? To free cash. To be used on whatever the town deems necessary. To ride on that, of Tom Beasley's budget this year, proposed fiscal 2026 year. We have of the chapter 115, are you familiar with the 115, chapter 115 funding? That is Tom Beasley's portion
Oh, right.
of the budget that is reimbursed by the state.
You talked at length.
Up to 75, at 70, not up to, it's not a CPA figure, it's at 75%. 75% of that chapter 115 money each year is returned to the town. Monies every year voted on and approved by taxpayers and voters to be allocated to veterans and veteran services. 75% of that money comes back to the town. Never spent on veterans. It goes to free cash, and from there, it's spent wherever it wants to be spent, needed to be spent. It goes into free cash. Holy shit, I wish I had a budget of $3.1 million of free cash. I wouldn't be standing here talking to any of you. Honestly. So for the town to take money earmarked for veterans, 75% of that. So that's $4,000 or $45,750. In 2 years, you'll receive it. I believe the state's behind a couple of years in payments. So where's that money go? It was earmarked for veterans. Where's it go? Into free cash. Now we're arguing over removing $44,000 from the budget. And so we don't have to take care of the VFW lease, the American Legion lease, and another VFW lease. This is a sham. It's an outright sham, and it's disgraceful. That money was originally earmarked. This year, it wasn't $44,000, I'll agree. $44,000 is excessive. But what isn't excessive is the amount that 75% of those funds being returned to the state should be returned to veterans. This is the opportunity to spend that money where it was earmarked, to support the veterans who need it. Well, you're not losing $44,000. You're not losing, well, this year. So this year, you're on track to receive $31,475 from chapter 115 funds. 31,000, can somebody write that down? $31,475 is what's earmarked to be returned from chapter 115. Money earmarked for veterans approved at town meeting under the guise or the assumption by taxpayers that that was going to be used for veterans. Here's the opportunity to take that money earmarked for veterans and return it to veterans. Put it into free cash? Free cash for what? What's more important than taking care of the youth in our community, our elderly, and our veterans? The three most vulnerable groups in our community. $31,750 going into free cash? So we can buy potting soil, possibly for flower beds on Main Street? Does that benefit a veteran? No, not in my eyes. Thank you very much.
I'll jump next, Steve.
Yep.
Andy Morrow, Commander of Post 298, Houston, American Legion. I just want to comment right now. This is a combat vet in Vietnam that was wounded in combat. And now he's a commander down there. This is a pilot that flew refuelers, captain in the Air Force in Vietnam era. I was in the Vietnam era. I didn't go overseas, but what I'll be short because my partner tried to cover, he did cover everything. One of the things that we have what is called a buddy system. And that means that internally, we turn around and we contact people that as maybe he's homebound, maybe he's just a veteran having a little trouble. Is there anything we can do for you? If not, we also go and visit him. This past year, we had a Vietnam combat veteran in Housatonic paralyzed. And there's some guys went down and built a handicap ramp so he could get out with his scooter and poured concrete at no cost to the town. The $23,000 that goes to the Housatonic VFW American Legion, there has not been any increase in that in several years. And I've invited almost everybody on this committee. You're more than welcome to come to our post anytime you want. We'll give you a tour where your money was well spent. Once again, we have some, I'm not gonna beat you. I sat on both these committees over the years and some days I feel like I'd rather go to the dentist.
We appreciate that.
But anyway, the other thing, for next year's budget, please consider this. My friend here in Great Barrington, I think his post should be separate from Housatonic's post and the American Legion line item. So when a line item comes up and it's for discussion, I don't want to beat him up, he doesn't want to beat me up, but we can discuss our line item. So I think that would be a great move right there. We attend anytime funeral home calls us. I know he talked a little about it. We go and have a service at the funeral home with a color guard. Then we go to the cemetery. The last one we did was Jesse Hankey, combat vet, Vietnam, machine gunner. He had a rough time. So we were there, standing in water, with rain on us, ice cold, but we honored him. Our number one issue, please refund our $23,000 if you can, because we'll use it. And I'd be more than happy to give you a tour of our post home anytime. You have anything, Ron?
I'd like to just say that if we don't receive these funds, I don't see how we're gonna stay in business. And it's not a business. I said the wrong word. It's an organization that is needed by so many people. And if we are denied any funds, I don't see how we keep the doors open. We can't pay the rent, we can't pay, That's all I have to say.
Steve? Thank you for receiving me again. My name's Steve Blackwell. I'm the commander of the Great Barrington VFW. He said a lot of what I would like to preach. Last time I was here, I gave you a printout of our bills and whatever we do. I have a question I'd like to ask you. Have any of you served in the military?
Well, I'm definitely not.
Well, we did. We were very young. I was 19, very important. To me at the time to kind of honor my country. In the meantime, I received the Purple Heart where they tried to kill me. Now I'm suffering from Agent Orange. And you can see my head shaking, that's just part of the system that's gonna kill me sooner or later. But again, the money that you allocate to our post, it just means so much to our post, the community, the people who use it. We can go on a list of people who can come there, the people we donate time to, the funerals that come there, the this, that, everything else. And my other question is to you people, is how many parks do we have in our town?
26.
26, isn't there? So why do we have 26 parks that aren't even used? Why don't we sell something? South Street, there's a big park, I know Stanley Park, you probably can't use. Casanova Park, who knows Charlie Casanova anymore?
I do.
I have to admit my age, Steve. Yes, I know, but I'm just saying.
Don't agree with me about my age.
That's my point. You know, there's houses been taken for taxes, there's all these parks that aren't. Good are they? And this is a question to you people, that why aren't you asking me, and why aren't we doing something about it?
All right, sir, can I ask you a question in that vein? I tried to, as a few of you know, I've tried to understand the history on these items a little better than I did before, so. So the town has been supporting the Housatonic Post. Records show at least since 2010. The support for your organization, in Great Barrington,
Right.
800 Main Street, that, as I understand it, that only occurred the last 2 years.
Right.
So my question to you, just so we understand a little better what's going on, how did you survive prior to the town support?
Well, when we were in a little stronger, a lot of donations, I should say, people. Veterans, now we'll go back generations, people. Eric, he might come and do something, his father was a member down there. Now we pay for everything, we don't have the bodies that. Can put in a roof on, iMobile One.
Okay, that makes total sense.
It's just little things, electricity. We had trouble with our dishwasher, that cost us $2,000.
That resonates.
The ladies' bathroom, we had to put an energized pump on it, and it was $2,000, it was just the.
Okay, so that makes total sense. So in that vein, you have, your property down there is about 20 acres. Have you considered or explored ways to try to make a few bucks off of that property in one way or another?
It's come up, but we have. People drive in all the time, want to put more housing on the property, but I'll fight that till I die, I guess. Maybe that won't be long, but.
Well, I hope that's not the case, but again, I don't want to start telling you how to use your property.
Right.
But that if you're a private organization with 20 acres of prime real estate and you have financial troubles.
Yeah.
So I'm just respectfully making a suggestion to
So
maybe
let me
open, yeah.
give you some uses of our property. Out back, there's a softball field that they use. We have horseshoe pits, we have volleyball. Out by our bar, our outside bar, there's a pavilion that people use. Out front is where we park our cars most of the time for when we have Tuesday night at the WSBS concerts during the summer. So.
Okay, well, I don't, it's not the right forum for us to get into too much detail, but I just, you've been here the whole time, right? You
Yeah.
hear our tale
I
of
understand.
all our challenges, so you have a monetizable asset down there. So I just respectfully, I'll leave it, I don't want to beat a dead horse,
Does the
so,
finance committee have a motion?
yes, do we have a, okay.
Can I make a motion? I would like to make a motion that we not approve the reduction of 44,687, return to the original budget. that we voted
I don't
on.
think we need to make a motion on that, do we? If we don't want to move forward on any of the reductions?
I thought we did that.
Clear, but some of the reductions we heard from Tom Cantor, because our
Although we-
assessment was a little.
Oh,
We
I
did,
Well, you did that last.
we did that last time, so we already reduced the budget to 169, 155 on Tom's.
I would just memorialize it. We won't vote because it's really your vote.
Okay, so I will second your motion.
What's the motion to?
Well, but you had the 190, 169, 155.
I
was
didn't,
the
I
amount
didn't
that
give
we
an amount.
approved last time. Why don't I just,
All right, you go ahead and you make the
I'll just
motion.
make the motion that we keep the budget as approved at our last session at 169, 155. That is our recommendation for approval of Veterans Affairs budget.
So they would get their money.
Yes, there's no change,
We would have.
no change to the Legion lease or the VFW lease. In Housatonic, no change to either of the leases, and the only change we had made at the last meeting was after our discussion with Tom Peasley. He said that this particular amount we could reduce by this amount, which we did.
Doesn't affect yours.
Doesn't affect yours at all.
And that was 30,000.
That's correct.
Correct.
That's
Your,
my understanding.
That's what we. were
Yes,
at
you're-
last time.
it was approved last time at 30,000 for the VFW Great Barrington lease. No,
No,
wrong.
I'm sorry.
VFW lease for Housatonic
23 for.
was 23, right, for American Legion lease was 23. And then we have a VFW lease for 30.
That's pretty right.
Is that just Great Barrington?
Sorry, it's not clear what your,
It's not-
it's not clear what your motion is, because the motion, Kristen's recommendation is to reduce this budget by 44,006, and that's not what you're saying.
Well, last time we met, we reduced the budget to 169, 155. Which was a reduction in Veterans District line to 56,242. We approved that at our last. That was on Tom.
Okay, so right, so the 56,242, yes.
So we're not asking for any changes.
Okay, so the 56,242 is unchanged. The line above that is 70,000, that's unchanged.
Unchanged.
And then above the 5,500 is unchanged.
Nothing's changed.
Right, so all we're saying, the 44,687 represents the budgets for the three posts that we're talking about tonight, I think your motion is to not make those cuts.
Except the one for the VFW lease in Great Barrington should be 30,000. That's what we had talked about.
Right.
That's what we approved
Right,
last
that's what we
time,
approved.
I think-
30,000.
Wasn't the final 186,242?
That's what I had.
Okay, so you're looking to go back to the level funded budget of 193, is that correct?
No,
You know,
No,
we approved at the last meeting 186,242, correct?
That's what I
Okay.
asked.
So yes, that's what I have to.
okay, so let me just take one last stab at this. We're looking to approve the level funded budget as indicated on the page for the first three line items in this budget. Okay? And then we're approving, for the bottom two, we're approving the 70,000 and the 56,000.
This is.
I have to read, because I think that what we did last time, we did not approve the full $30,000 VFW lease.
Right.
And I think that what we're wanting to do is to approve the 30,000 VFW.
Why don't we just go through line for line and say what's the amount in each line?
Okay, whatever way we can do it to clarity.
52710
Is gonna
is
be
23,000.
23,000.
52715
Is
is 30,000. 54300 is 5,500.
Okay.
57700 is 71,500. And 57701 is 56,242.
Yeah.
Ally, can you help us with the addition for that? Since I have obviously screwed up.
Yeah,
enough
I was
on
trying
this
to do,
number.
so is the 57,700 is 7,000 or 7150?
71,500.
I mean, 500, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, on the sheet that Chris handed out, line item 57700, which is part of Tom Beasley's is 70,000, not 71,500.
Right.
Oh, was 70,000?
Yeah,
So I still have 186, yeah, I have 186, 424, does that sound right?
So our only
What?
change that we've accepted is the 1,500 on veterans benefits and the 7273 on veterans district. Am I correct? But we wanted to go back to the level funded budget request of 30,000 for the VFWs,
yes,
correct?
yes.
Ally, can you help me with the exact number that we are voting
Well,
on?
I'm doing
Now
this,
for you is on the veterans benefits line. Are you saying 71.5 or 70?
that's what I'm starting with
70.
too.
70.
Okay, so we're doing 70 there, okay.
23,000 plus 30,000 plus 5,500 plus 70,000 plus 56,242.
Yes.
Rich, they so moved.
Your total budget is 184,742.
That's what I have, yeah, 184, 742.
Thank you all. That is my motion, clear as it is.
Okay.
Any second?
A second,
Do we want to take a vote on this motion?
Just a historical question, the year end, for the Great Barrington Post. I thought the fiscal 24 was 21,600. And Ally, your record, your printout that you gave me today was that number for 25 was 21,600 as well.
Yes.
That's because we were shortchanged.
Sorry?
I think we were shortchanged.
Well, that's what that's a discrepancy I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
at the last town meeting, we did vote to, I do recall, for 30.
Okay, so at the town meeting, it went from 21,600 to 30,000.
It did. Whether or not the town was billed for that, I can't tell you.
Okay, I hear you there. All right.
Yeah, that was what was expended.
All right, so as a matter of record, you were allocated 30,000 for fiscal 25, that you're still in. You haven't received that yet, it sounds like.
Well, it comes monthly or every quarter.
Okay, well,
It's a quarterly payment.
okay,
I think if I recall, and I might be misremembering, there was an anticipation that the lease would be going up, but also it was to offset anticipated higher electricity rates. If I recall the meeting last year, that was my recollection.
For electricity. So over 2,000 a month.
okay, all right, I think we've clarified that then.
Take a vote. Can we just ask, just going forward, just to simplify life. The monies, as I pointed out, originally allocated for veteran services should remain with veteran services. That 75% return should return back to the veteran services.
So Jim, I have a list of things we want to talk about summer and fall, and that'll be one. Okay, but it'll
Thank you.
definitely be on.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table for the total budget of $184,000.
742.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Same motion.
Didn't mean to wake you up. Do you have a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Those are all.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, well,
It's one for us too.
Zoom in and watch us, I know.
I will say that this was inspiring and painful at the same time, but I think we understand this.
So let's put
Budget
that on
better.
our list and start. Please. Okay, next is number 19.
19 is better, library. Proposed reduction here is 14,000.
Okay, let's try that again.
It's a total reduction to libraries. Is 14,135. This was also a very difficult, very lean budget. A lot of, careful consideration by the library director of where they were and where the calculations were for what you heard last time in the required appropriation and required materials expenditure. They can make these cuts work. They are not ideal. Moving forward for future years, we'll have to really pay close attention to whether we can meet those requirements. So that they can continue to be certified. But the end of the story here is that these cuts can work this year. So $3,080 from office supplies, $4,250 from non-print materials, $5,750 from books and ebooks, $500 from travel training, $540 from Zoos. For a total reduction of $14,130 and a total library budget of $649,382. That's overall reduction from previous year.
Can I start? I just I want to thank the library staff or director for thinking about, there you are, yeah, for, working hard to make these cuts, and I would like to make a motion that we recommend the revised library budget of $649,382.
Second.
Any further comment? All in favor? Aye. Unanimous.
Same motion?
Second will be kind of
Discussion?
just that I think it's great. I'm glad they can do those cuts and we can honor and they can be okay. And they let Bullet in the library, so that's not.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
To recreation. Another extremely difficult exercise here. Again, overall, working with Department of Public Works divisions and looking at the parks budget. Trying to prioritize what DPW is doing and where we're spending the funds. We determined that it is possible to reduce the parks budget by 18%. But what it does mean is that a large cut, the largest cut, a youth program of $92,000, a cut to lake management, which is $5,250, a cut to parks camera operations, which was a proposed new service of $7,500, parks improvements of $5,000, and the board clerk, which takes minutes, of $1,200, because we believe that can be absorbed within DPW's administrative staff. For a total parks cut of $110,950 and a total parks budget of $14,850. As I stated, it would eliminate youth services and lifeguards. That's youth services at the skate park and lifeguard at Litchfield.
I would say, and I am on the parks, been on it forever. I was actually young when I started. I would say, and I appreciate this recommendation. I just think the one thing this town has always supported is our youth. And for us to just wipe out both Lake Mansfield and the skate park is I can't support that. I think wiping out Lake Mansfield lifeguards is also a risk that I'm not willing to take. Because we sometimes have 300 people up there on a weekend. And someone's gotta be up there watching the swimmers, cars, and everything else that's going on there. I just think this is, yeah, I appreciate Chris's recommendation. I just can't support it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to agree with that. I will say, I think at this point, in the spirit of that, we don't add new things to the budget as much as possible this year. As much as I have in the past supported the new cameras, I would say no new cameras, because this is not a year that we're adding to the budget. This is not, if we can avoid it. So to take out that 7,500, oh, you've already taken it out. Never mind.
Well, but maybe more to the point, there are certain reductions that I think we can support, which would be the reduction of the cameras and the
cameras, yeah.
reduction of the clerk. And I'm also just cannot imagine gutting youth programming. But the lake management, I have a question is that managing the weeds in the lake and doing all that stuff to make it possible to use as a beach?
Specifically the mat, specifically the mat that's laid down at under the water in the beach area so that the weeds don't grow in that area.
It has to be
It's the
renewed
cost of the
each year
mat,
or
it's
something, or-
Putting it in each year, making sure it's staked down, yeah, a couple times a year, so it's. You're swimming at the beach, you need the mat.
So for swimming at the beach and for safety at the beach, we kind of need the lake management
Yes.
and the youth programming, at least at the beach.
Yeah. I would like to.
It's, when we say youth programming, I mean, the lifeguards at Lake Mansfield, is that like, I don't view that as youth programming, I just.
There's two line items.
Yeah.
There's two items.
No, I get it. There's the Railroad Street Youth Project, and then there's the lifeguard program. And the lifeguard program is a fiscal 24, it's about $65,000, right? 66. Yeah. So anyway, so I'm just saying, this as we sort of process this, it's under the name of youth programming, but the lifeguards at Lake Mansfield is for the young, the middle-aged, the old, everyone, right? So I just trying to make that, I have that right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Amanda will go first, because he represents,
Yeah.
and you'll say who you represent.
And then,
Yeah, well, let's get these two. Amanda, go ahead, and then Eric.
Thank you,
Then-
Steve. I'm here representing Railroad Street Youth Project as the executive director. I want to thank you all for the work you're doing and have been doing all month on this, and Chris for digging through to find recommendations to make. That said, I think the point about youth programming at Lake Mansfield in some ways really also stands for the skate park. By staffing that space, it makes it a safe place for teens, but it really makes it a safe intergenerational place. So it's safe for teens to be hanging out with adults who are using the space, and it's safe for 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds to be there with teens and adults as well. I'm really encouraged to hear the beginning of this discussion, starting off with real caution around cuts, and I strongly, strongly urge you to not cut either of these programs this year.
My name is Eric Boone. I've been on the board of the Railroad Street Youth Project for 25 years since its origins. I too want to recognize the diligence and difficulty, of the job and the diligence that you all are putting into it. The impact of this would mean you wouldn't be, the town would not be supporting any youth services, non-school youth services at all, which means for 3-4 months, when young people and everyone is more looking for things to do, both these places offer safe refuges and joy and intergenerational communication and responsible recreation. There would be a consequence of a decision to cut these programs. And every 2 years, there's something called Prevention Needs Assessment Survey. That surveys teenagers in the local schools. And the results recently came out, and it just really reflects the consequences of decisions, public policy decisions, because it also has this is not just usage, it's also about the risk and protective factors that either contribute to or act as a buffer to antisocial behavior, substance use. And the areas where this town has suffered a lot in terms of protective factors is young people feeling not appreciated, and that's consistent. In other areas, availability of substances and laws and norms that support substance use. And in the last 5 years, since some significant decisions were made around this, the percentage of 13 to 17-year-olds using marijuana has doubled. And you know, and that's controversial in terms of the lawsuits and all, but the towns would be abandoning these issues if it just got these services. I really urge you to maintain the youth services both at Lake Music and at the skateboard park. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Carl.
I understand the importance of youth services, et cetera. I'm down at that park maybe once or twice a month as we walk there, a little slow walkers group, we walk there, and I have not actually seen any, I could be wrong, because I don't go there enough maybe, but I haven't seen any improvement and or see why it, as it is stated right now, that it needs to be improved, at least the skate park, in my opinion. Also, as far as lifeguard, I actually spoke to Chris about this, and I was earlier today, and I was kind of concerned about it because we're such a litigious state or country that there could be a problem. But I think if we have signs up that say swim at your own risk, which a lot of people do, a lot of places do, that make CYA, but at the same time, if we have a lifeguard, they're usually teenagers, and unfortunately, they don't garner a lot of respect, certainly from adults, and I'm not quite sure how well they can keep things corralled. And also, I just think that if there's gonna be an issue, there's gonna be an issue. Someone's gonna drown, they're gonna drown with or without a lifeguard. And not, I mean, that and just saying that happens, those things happen. And I don't know if that's gonna protect us anymore if we have a lifeguard there. And
Denise, do you want to?
Yes. Respectfully, Garfield.
Yes.
We have a lovely working relationship. The work that first of all, our lifeguards are not just teenagers. There are a number of people who are adults who are over the age of 25 that are serving as the lake supervisor up there at the lake. In fact, we've already been, based on last year, working on staffing all of the lakes so far. We may not make, 20 saves a year, but we're definitely making in the ballpark of 5. But the reason that we're only having to make 5 is because our lifeguards being there are doing the work of preventative lifeguarding. They're making sure that parents are watching their children. They're making sure that, the overflow of cars that is happening is actually not distracting them from the 300 people on the beach at the same time. They come up and they show up to work. There's fishing hooks on the sand. There's picnic tables thrown into the water. They're picking up goose poop constantly. They're doing a lot more than just watching the water, but when they are watching the water, they're making sure that the children, the seniors, that every single person in our community that uses that lake, that beautifully renovated lake, mind you, that gets so much more traffic now, they're making sure that they're safe. There were 3 drownings in Berkshire County last year and 1 adjacent, and I can promise you that one of the drownings, unfortunately, that happened in Lake, one of my lifeguards happened to be a bystander and did everything that she could to try to save that person, but she was not being paid at the time because that was not staffed. So obviously you can see how deeply I feel about this issue. We work so hard and have been doing so for 22 years to create lifeguards in this community, to put positions out there so that our community can be as safe as possible. We're training lifeguards, CPI, first aids, babysitting, and a big part of what we do is make sure that we can provide this town with the service of having safe water. So I'm sorry, I get a little worked up about this.
Right. I just think, okay, but there's always times, I guess I'm maybe being devil's advocate, but there's times when there are no lifeguards because it's before season, people swim them, and it's after season, people swim them. The numbers I couldn't tell you, those things are also occurring and not staffed, if you will.
Right. I just wanted to say that, from what I've seen at Lake Mansfield, the lifeguards also make sure that the swimmers, or and particularly kids, aren't bringing toys that they can, not toys, but water boards, whatever. It's like, no, or if they start having a rough time, they blow the whistle and that's respected.
I agree. I'm up there frequently myself and they watch beyond the water. I think Bill could even attest to the fact that those that are swimming beyond, they encourage them to have buoys. It really is a community feel that happens up there. And I agree, Garfield, that there is usage of the lake when we are not there. But the due diligence that the town has put in place to make sure that during the most populated times, the times when the water is filled, the beach is filled, you've got people everywhere, that we are doing our absolute best to support those families.
I mean, again, I really don't want us to cut all of the youth programming budget. However, I guess I'm struggling with the amounts that are here because it seems to be all over the place. And I guess I'm wondering if we could come up with an amount that we can all, or maybe all feel equally negatively about. But, so.
The amounts that we've agreed to is enough to safely staff Lake Mansfield during the times that we feel
And
it's needed.
is that the 92,000?
No, it's actually almost around 50,000.
Right.
We've worked with Denise to try to come up with an efficient program when we recommended the 92,000, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. But, we looked at staffing, and if you're trying to staff 7 days a week, and you're 10 hours a day, you know, you need a staff of 18 or 20 lifeguards. So what we came up with that represents the around $50,000 is we staff the lake from Wednesday through Sunday with 2 lifeguards. Monday and Tuesday, they're the lower use days, there will be no lifeguards. In certain periods of time, the holiday weekends, there will be a 3rd lifeguard added. One of the things that you also should understand, which puts liability on more of the contractors, and this is a service we have to go out to bid for, which Denise greatly helped us with the problem last year, is a life, if you exceed, one lifeguard can watch 25 people on the beach.
Mhm.
So in times, if there's 80 people on the beach, we're not in compliance and you're not in compliance. And we need to correct that. So when you guys are mentioning 300 people, it's a lot of lifeguards. And that's not represented in the budget.
So again, I think what I'm struggling with is the year-end actuals for 2024 were about 102,000. At the town meeting in fiscal year 25, we voted 67.5. Where the request for level service for 2026 was 115. Then the town manager recommended 92, and now you're saying 56. So I'm so confused, like what all these are.
Fiscal year starts on July 1st.
Right.
So lifeguard services and youth programming services that occur before July 1st are in FY25. So there's still costs to be incurred on FY25.
I'm not even getting it actuals.
Okay.
I'm not getting it actuals.
There's a delineation between the two. So there's part for Railroad Street, there's part for
Right.
us. So
Okay,
Berkshire South is the 50. And then that's how it gets split up.
So who is allocating between Berkshire South and the lifeguarding and Railroad Street?
So what we do is the DPW puts the lifeguard services out to bid.
Right,
And based on the lowest qualified bidder,
Right.
will award the contract. The balance of the money is typically used for Railroad Street.
okay, so that's why there's so much variability in it.
so last year we thought we could get this great lower deal for lifeguards, and that's why we came down in the budget to 67.5, and then we found out we didn't get very good lifeguards, is that? And that's why we're back up to 92?
We were surprised by some out of town bidders.
Right, no, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it didn't work out. So
Okay,
the lifeguard staffing last year, and it's also important for you all to know in your decision making progress, that only 50% of the time there were lifeguards up at Lake Mansfield last year. Because Berkshire South helped us as much as they can. But, you know, to drum up a set of lifeguards in the middle of the season was difficult. So, you know, we have left the lake unattended. Communities around us last year, couldn't find lifeguards. They don't have resources like we have with people bidding, and they put a sign up and didn't staff their lifeguards. So, you know, I just point this out to you to help you in your decision making process.
Mhm.
Yeah, because when you say there's a maximum number of people that a lifeguard can oversee, I mean, you're also saying that there's a certain time where we have no lifeguards there and people are swimming. So I'm just trying to put that together. And
Well, we do it at the quietest time.
Right.
To save money.
no, I get that, but we're always, we're very much exposed to
Either way,
litigation, either way, yeah, okay, I agree.
to help you with that concern a little bit.
Yeah.
We work it out with the Berkshire South people that have been there in the past years. When they arrive there, there's a sign that says swim at your own risk. They take it down. They lifeguard, and before they leave, they put the sign
Yeah.
back.
I understand, I just, in that spirit, I get all that, and I'm gonna propose that we keep the money for the security camera for all those reasons. Okay, so, but I'll leave that one
But
there.
the security cameras in Housatonic, I thought.
No, there's one.
one in
Lake Mansfield.
Oh, there's one like-
Yeah, the main one first one they wanted to put out was at Lake Mansfield, am I right?
Yeah, we both set up with power now. There's just no engagement of security.
Right.
Company or devices.
And you're taking the money out for the mats that you just said we pretty much rely on every year, right?
Well,
A couple of times.
a lot of people swim in lakes that don't have maps.
Agreed, yeah,
Okay.
I didn't even know there was a mat there, to be honest with
Oh,
you.
it's quite nice.
And they pose a problem at times because, and that's why you have to change them periodically. And you have a warmer summer, you might be doing it more than twice because any weeds underneath them deteriorate.
Okay, do we own the mat, so it's just a question of paying someone to take them
Yeah,
out?
there's a service that comes up.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
That is place.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion for the finance?
Okay, I'll take a stab at it. I think where we're at is and my motion would be to restore the $92,000 in funding for the youth programming. And I'm gonna put back the 7,500 for the camera.
But
So,
not the mats, not the 525.
not the mats, yeah, I'm gonna skip the mats, so it's.
Okay, Alana, do you wanna talk about the match or Alana's in chair of the? I don't know, Bill's still, yeah.
Bill had to go, but I'm Ilana Singer-Siegel. I'm the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission. And what stands out for me is just how complex this whole evening and witnessing this experience has really shared with me the component parts that you guys are working with in trying to figure this out. And so not only do I appreciate it personally, but I also understand that even what I have to say to you about the parks is really only a small piece of what you're working with, and I understand that. And so the first thing is just that I want to propose that going forward, that this kind of problem solving, like if there is a way to be a partner with you in trying to figure this out in a bigger picture. Like I'm here for it, and I know that many people who cannot be here to witness this experience also want to understand what prioritization looks like for this town. Because really what we're talking about is not ambulance services or hospital services or a police cruiser. We're talking about what it means to live here in this community and take care of the people that are the most important to us. Like it's my family, it's my children, it's my parents. And so, you know, we're talking about weed remediation, and I've swam in lakes that have weeds and swam in lakes that don't have weeds. And so there's a part of me that says like, it actually doesn't matter, like have the weeds or don't have the weeds. But if what we're talking about is what it means to take care of the community, then you can't just leave lifeguards at the lake, but ask people to swim in a way that nobody wants to go in the lake, that's silly, that doesn't make sense. If you want to, make sure that people are safe, it potentially means cameras. It definitely means lifeguards, even if lifeguards can't be there all the time, because what we're really talking about is what it does to create a culture of care for our community, our families, our children. So I know that this is a much more complicated decision than just, saying yes to this line item or no. And so I will understand, even as the chair of the Parks Commission, if you feel that you need to cut some of these services. But I would encourage you tonight and going forward to really consider what our priorities are for this town and what that looks like in the big picture. So I know that's what you're here to do, and thank you, because it's a lot of work, but it is complex. And when we talk about these items on this list, Joe goes through this stuff with us tirelessly to explain to us the consequences of making any one of these additions or cuts. And so, like, we're all here just working together to try and figure out how to make it sustainable. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have about the choices that Joe made at the request of Chris and this town. I know it will be a hard decision, hard decisions all the way through. So I'm happy to share with you anything that I understand about what goes into these decisions, but I also will say that the budget that was worked on originally was done thoughtfully and in consideration of compromise, in consideration that it is not ideal. In my opinion, ideally, we would have a lifeguard all day because these are our families. But we know that we can't do that. And so what is the way that we get the best bang for our buck, the best outcome for what we can afford? That makes sense.
And to talk about the grants to talk about the map for a second, we spent a lot of money, grant money, on Lake Mansfield, and it looks beautiful. And not to have mats there, so it's not an ideal swimming place. It's going to discourage some people from swimming there. Seems kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah.
I think the mats are a necessary part of the beach. That beach has a lot of weeds, and so I think that if you're gonna fund the lifeguards, the mats kind of go along with it.
Yeah.
I hear you, and I'll spare the grumpy old man comment that how we didn't have mats when
Well,
You ended up.
Well, you also had to walk uphill to school both directions.
I have to agree, I'm sorry, but I don't think we need math for people. I'm sorry, you can have your name. Ilana swum without mats. I'm sure everybody's done that. And we're talking about a budget cut. And it's a tough time. I think we can live without a mat in the water. And people, I don't think will be discouraged, and truthfully, I bet, well, I can't agree with you on that, Stephen. I don't even know. I didn't know there was mats there. And truthfully, if I'm gonna swim there, I don't care if there's a mat there or not.
So
It's not gonna stop me from going in the water and enjoying myself. And I don't think a mat lends any more enjoyment or anything else to the lake that it needs, that we can't cut that from the funding.
I respectfully disagree.
We are.
I know. But when you go into a lake and it's got weeds and they're around I know, they're slimy, yeah.
You can swim out far and get lots of weeds.
There's plenty of weeds.
There's plenty of weeds.
But if
I'm swimming forever without a mat.
If I may, for one thing, I think that this needs to be thought of as also a longer term decision, because we really haven't spoken to the consequences of potentially not having mats this year, and then at some point in the future, we want to remediate the weeds there, and then how much is the additional cost of having to go back, because there is a lot that has to go into maintaining these beautiful pieces of property that we have. It's not just a conversation for this one moment. The other thing I'll just mention, and I know that this is beyond the scope of this evening, but I'm curious what other ways we can capitalize on the resource that is Lake Mansfield.
And on that note, let's conclude this conversation. I totally appreciate your comments. We'll conclude this conversation with my periodic rant about how it's a state park and we can't charge for people to use the beach, particularly people from out of town.
We took state, federal.
Okay, so I'll skip over that rant, but
Thank you.
but I hear in that, and any way we can figure out another way to generate some other income streams for this would be great, but I think we need to get a motion on this.
Yeah.
I'm willing to propose a motion that we return to the original budget at our last meeting, which was, so that we not do these reductions to Parks and Recreation. Again, I'm not in favor of the cameras, but I'm willing to compromise if people think the cameras are really important. I tend to think the mats are more important, so I'm willing to go back to the original budget and look at how that's gonna hit the free cash. So that we can have some great youth programming.
Okay, so but that means going back to the original budget of 125,
Is that the-
800, but we're going to take the cut. I propose we take the cut on improvements from 10,000 to 5,000.
What about the clerk?
And the clerk.
And the clerk, yes, thank you. So that would be a 5,000 cut plus a 2,000 cut, a 7,000 cut. So it's 125, 800 minus
The
7,000.
board cut, sorry, the clerk was a 1,200 cut.
1,200.
So I think.
All right.
So wait, what was the original amount?
Okay, so it's.
The original
it's a-
amount was
it's a-
what?
it's a-
125.
It's a $6,200 cut off the 125, 800. Who's
That's
coherent enough to do that math?
119,
119,
600.
600.
Does
Do
that
we,
sound
do we have
right?
concurrence on that?
Yes. I move that we amend our recommendation for approval of the Parks and Recreation budget to a total of 119,600.
And we recommend that amount, okay. I
Do we
second that.
Second that?
Second,
All approve?
aye.
Same motion? And a second.
On the second question, I guess.
Yes, go ahead.
So is that your approval, is that including the $92,000?
Yeah, the only thing removed is $5,000 for improvements and the clerk.
And 1,200 of the clerk.
That's 1,200.
So now we're done with all the departments.
No, we haven't voted yet.
We got,
Oh,
Well, we have to,
and then we have various boards, we're not.
Yeah.
We have one more.
I don't mind the money for the youth services, but I would like, I don't know why we can't go 56 like Joe had meant.
56 would mean closing Railroad Street. That
that
would.
would escape part.
That's what,
Escape.
Closing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't wanna do that.
Yeah, I'd just like to chip in to thank the finance committee for funding this at close to the same budget, because I do think that this is a very worthwhile investment in our town, in our youth. I think it will pay dividends, in the long run, and I also think it's something that keeps the self-esteem of the townspeople up to have vibrant parks and places for our youth to go, and it really beyond just the scope of what we see in these line items. I think this really makes a big difference.
Yeah, I guess. I have several thoughts on this and I just go back to what Steve said. When I was growing up here, we didn't have these options. Definitely didn't have Railroad Street Youth Project, and I'm pretty sure Paul Storty has like 4 of my skateboard. So, I would like to say that I do appreciate this but I guess, Chris did lay out a lot of cuts for us and we did take some. I guess I am worried about next year and the bigger acts that may comes, but,
We're gonna have some meetings in the summer involved as part of.
That's right.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second, all in favor, opposed.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3-1, it passes. And the last one on this list, and we haven't done, thank you. Okay, we haven't done capital yet, so this is various boards, which is reduced by $20,000 and eliminated entirely. I think there's still some people on these boards who want to speak. Just raise their hand. Yep, which board are you on?
Tim Garcelis, I'm on the WEB voice.
Thank you.
And Sarah Buckridge, Secretary of the Du Bois Legacy Committee.
Okay,
Gwendolyn's on.
yeah, I'm about to promote Gwendolyn and then Don. Okay, you want to let Gwen talk first? Sure. Okay, Gwen, go ahead.
I'm going first. Hi, everyone. I know it's been a long evening and I just want to echo what folks said about appreciating the hard work that you're doing. So thank you for that. We're back for the Du Bois Legacy Committee and I understand all the conversations that happened. And it's hard to say that Du Bois is a essential service, but in similar to what the veteran said, celebrating W.B. Du Bois is important. It really provides a sense of belonging for our community. It upholds these values that are really important to uphold as a town around racial justice, economic justice, civil rights. And so I'm hoping, Tim and Sarah have more details, but I'm just hoping you'll consider that it is a public service. It makes a lot of difference to community members, and it also it brings attention to the town. And I think that that's important as we're looking at, budget cuts. Bringing in people that are interested in the town and the history and the legacy that we represent is important. I could say a lot of things, but it's late, so I'm going to let Sarah and Tim go. And if I want to add anything, hopefully, Steve, you'll let me.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, before we hear from them, what are we talking about as far as the budget for?
Yeah, so we're talking, I think Tim is our treasurer. So we're asking for the full 5,000. I understand the recommendation was between 2 and 5 at the last meeting. We talked about it at the legacy committee. So we've had a bunch of conversations. We pulled together the money that we've spent over this last festival because it was just in February. So we're looking at that range, and Tim's got the details for you.
And the recommendation is 0.
Right.
I will let Tim speak to the nitty-gritty dollar amount that we're talking about here, but I do want to say generally that certainly those of you who have come to any of the festivals or any of the events we put on, some of you came this past February 23rd, Du Bois Day. We do a lot with not a lot. And one of the ways that from the beginning, the Du Bois Festival, the Du Bois Committee have done that is really by partnering. So we partner with a lot of organizations. There's a lot of people who've been uplifting Du Bois's legacy. And as a committee, being able to bring folks to the table, being able to this year really focus on being downtown for all of the events, raising the profile, right, of businesses downtown, and doing that in a way that is, as Gwendolyn's speaking to, really about speaking to a sense of belonging in the community, but also inviting folks in, which we've done increasingly year after year. It's really significant for the town to be a partner, right, in a substantive partner, right, not in name only, but actually partnering with others in the community who are sponsoring these. So Tim can speak to kind of how that looked just in the past couple of years, but just fundamentally, right, the meaning of that, and the meaning of that over the past number of years, the meaning of that this year, as town, right, unveiling the Du Bois statue, that it's really powerful, and it's really important for that to be a true partnership.
Right, so just in terms of nuts and bolts, we do about 2 to 3 programs a year. Culminating in Du Bois Day, that's a town holiday that the select board approved. That's in February. And so during that event, we generally invite in artists, speakers, scholars to come talk about Du Bois and his life, and honor his legacy. That event is done in partnership with community organizations. The town itself, we have the budget. We also do fundraising, grants, the local cultural council grants, other MCC grants, in order to put it on. But generally, the in-person event costs between $14,000 to $16,000 a year. And so in this past year, the town, through fundraising grants, and then the town budget, we spent, $7,473. And community partners like Jacob's Pillow, Bridge, Benford Hall, spent another $7,000 on top of that, plus on top of that. The festival itself has a far-ranging reach. We've had people from Massachusetts, all around the state of Massachusetts, Colorado, Georgia, been involved. Just this last year, Atlanta, and we had speakers and guests from Atlanta and LA. We've even gone international. So Du Bois's family, Jeff Peck is a representative of his family, living with his family. And he's doing work with Akardana, so he was able to travel there on his family's business, but partnered with us and spoke from Akardana as part of the festival. So I think really this, I've heard a lot this year from people who've attended the event, that it brings them healing, that it inspires them, empowers them. And this is all age ranges, children, adults, elders. And I think that's just something that this town has a responsibility to uphold because Du Bois was born here. So if we don't fund this kind of work, there's no one else to do it. We're his hometown and we should have his back.
Thank you. So there's 3 different committees we're talking about here, and I prefer to take, instead of doing one at a time, let's hear from all of them and then make a decision. I think it makes more sense.
Go ahead, man. I can't say that I agree with that.
Okay, Don, how?
I would like to discuss the Du Bois Commission.
We're gonna do all
Separate
3
entity.
committees,
Right,
and then we're
but
gonna
you
talk
said-
about them separately.
Okay, I thought you said you didn't want them all in one.
Well, no, but the 20,000 has to be divided among more than one committee, so. Don, go ahead.
I appreciate all you're doing and the complexity of it. I just wanted to clarify, part of the Historic District Commission's budget is we have taken over at times maintenance of items at Town Hall, which include the Wing Liberty statue and the Exedra seating down on Main Street. And this is the cleaning and maintenance and upkeep of all the stone surfaces and the bronze surfaces. It's an activity that the Historic District took on because we can arrange for the historic preservation experts to come in and do the work. And that's why it's come under our budget. We kicked the can down the road last year. These were due to be done. They're done every 3 to 4 years. And if you need to, you can kick the can down the road again. I mean, this is just something that at some point in time needs to be done. If it's not done, there's major deterioration to the items. I'm flagging at the same time that this particular type of maintenance is going to be a bigger item once you get the Du Bois statue and the seating and the benches at the Mason Library, which is also part of our historic district. And it's not something that I looked that we'd be involved with, but those are going to need periodic cleaning, sealing of the surfaces, and maintenance of those items. That's up to you. I have to highlight the work that we're doing. Main item that is of concern to me is that there is an aspect of the Historic District Commission's budget that is involved in our processing of public hearings, our monthly meetings, and public hearings of applications for certificate of appropriateness. That is something we need. If there's no money for that, it's going to have to be done by town personnel. I mean, it has to be done if you receive an application. If we receive an application, the town receives it, it's got to process it some way. So we have to, it would be similar funding to, I believe, what you do for design advisory. Has clerical help and it has staff who are there. And that to me is a minimum of 5,000 that really is needed by the Historic District Commission to do its work. If we don't get that, I think we have to be a serious evaluation of how we do the legal responsibilities of the commission. And I'm trying to keep it short and sweet. So.
Thank you, Don. I do appreciate that. Stay on the line. I'm gonna leave you unmuted. Glenn, your hand is up again?
For the Ag Commission, I don't think
Yeah,
Vivian.
please.
Vivian, the Ag Commission approached Bridge about doing a project again they supported last year. You heard last week the more detailed collaboration between Berkshire Conservation District and Bridge at our new site at 965 Main. The thing I want to say is that the work that we're trying to do there on that property is an extension of the municipal vulnerability plan project that we did on climate resilience with Chris and the Ag Commission a while ago. I understand, and I spoke to Vivian earlier, that the budget is tight, so we wanted to just put in a request for 1,000, and Berkshire Conservation District and Bridge can look for more support. We're looking to, the people that we serve through this project are 200 families. They're are low-income, vulnerable families, mostly families of color, but some that live with disabilities. Those are the people that get food. They are taught to grow food. We're providing nutrient-dense food. We're also focused on the Black elders in our town and really looking at getting them food to extend their lives and improve their health. So this is, again, to me, an essential service. It's not the direct, give people food, but it's really teaching people how to feed themselves and nourish themselves. And again, continue with that sense of belonging. And the collaboration is good. And this also locks into a grant that Bridge has. It's a state grant that this all would come together to unlock more state funding that we're trying to find a match for. So that's the short of it.
Gwendolyn, did you say you serve 200 families?
Yeah, we drive food to 200 families in the county. About 75 of them live in Great Barrington, a few more in Housatonic, but we also serve the rest of the county. But we do that 1 to 4 times a month. And I think everybody has seen the budget cuts, all of Berkshire County, all of us are all facing cuts. We've lost our funding for the summer season through the local food purchasing grant. So all of these projects are ways that people can have more agency over food and we can produce more food ourselves for our community. Right now at the fairgrounds, I can tell you all, Vivian has a 5-page report. I'm not sure if it made it to you all, but we grew at the fairgrounds 1 ton of food that we sold back into our food distribution to send out to those families. But we also harvested 2 more tons over just across the border at a farm in Sheffield. And that all goes out to people that need food. So.
Thank you, Glenn. Is there anybody here from the tree committee? They were. Okay, so what's the wishes of the finance committee? How do you want to handle it?
Well, I think Garfield wanted to.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think, and I'm gonna speak to the Du Bois Commission, I think that it's needed. I think this town needs to show that they do believe, and I'll say it, and I'm a minority in this town. It's overwhelmingly white. There are very few African Americans in this town. The claim is 100. I've been here for 40-something years. I don't know if I've seen 100 Black people in my 40-something years here. And I think it's important to show, and I'll say myself, us, that we are concerned and we care about all of our citizens in our town. And I think I highly recommend that we do indeed fund this $5,000. It isn't much. We've funded other things that I think aren't as important to this town, and it will draw people here. There's no question about it. They will come, they will see it, they'll see that library, they'll engage the library even more, I believe, and understand the town. And I just think it's important to this town to show everyone is important.
I guess
Go ahead.
I just want to support what Garfield said, and I just want to say, I think it's, I agree. I think it's really important that we continue. We've been doing this now for, I think, at least 10 years, maybe more. Anyway, we've been doing it. I think to cut this would send the wrong message. I think it's important to do this. I also think.
And I thought that I'm sorry,
Yeah.
when did we start the boys event that you're talking about? I thought that was just started a couple of years ago. Am I totally wrong?
2018.
Can I talk?
Right, but we
No, wait
had
a
the-
second.
okay.
2018? All right, thanks.
I think that year, I think 20 was officially a town.
No, I think that comes from.
Glenn, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I thought Ann wasn't.
Oh, I was just gonna answer. We just did our 8th annual. There's been other Du Bois efforts that this is coming on the heels of, but this is the one it's came out of the 150th birthday anniversary. And the thing that I had my hand raised, and I think I'll be quiet after that, is that everybody knows the unveiling is happening of the statue on July 19th. And again, it's a really important time to underscore what Sarah said, that the town has a presence and that we're able to really participate in that event. And yes, I agree with everything Garfield and Ann said too. It's very important to make the community members feel like they matter, especially right now. And this is a way that it can happen in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I guess I did have another point to make, which is just listening to your description about the event and how much grant, raising grants you do and bringing people to community. I think this is another example of a place where a small investment pays back a lot. So I agree with Garfield and I would propose supporting this.
So why don't we do these one at a time then?
Should we?
Can I just, one question, we didn't hear from anyone regarding the historical commission.
Well, I still.
Don Howe.
Or that he
I thought
doesn't
it was
vote.
the historic district.
Well, part of the problem with going to black at night is that if people were here and there was someone from the tree committee, they're not gonna stay till 9 o'clock. We're the only fools who are gonna be.
I was gonna say.
Well,
where's
I don't
the-
think it's foolish for us to have these conversations, and this is
These
when we're
conversations are
discussing.
fine, 4-hour meetings or not.
I know.
I'm sorry, but I disagree that when it comes up, it's respectfully, we need to discuss this when it comes up.
Yeah, Don, do you want to speak about the historic commission also?
Hi, can you hear me? Am I?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, yeah, I'm also a member of the Historical Commission. And, I had spoken to the chairman today and I could answer any questions about that. I mean, I think Malcolm Fick is going to work with whatever the committee, if there's no money, there's no money. And that was his take on it. But that's a separate entity from the Historic District Commission, which I was addressing before.
And we have to keep these as totally separate budgets, like this has to be two different budget lines.
Well, the important distinction that Don makes is the Historic District Commission is actually has authority over what happens, is required to, look at
Properties and
applications
things,
that
yeah.
impact.
Right.
And so they do have statutory responsibilities.
So what if we were to fund the Historic District Commission at 5,000? And it looks like last year they only used 3,500.
Because they didn't do the maintenance of monuments.
Right,
Because they put it off.
I see. And they can't, and just to clarify, they can't apply for CPA funding for the monuments, correct?
Not for maintenance, no.
Don, how long can you go without maintenance of the monuments before there's a major problem? And you have to do, like you did a few years ago, however long that was. Like
Well,
a complete.
I can address it. Yeah, you're hearing me, right? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like for instance, taking the bronze statue, the Winged Liberty. 10 or 15 years ago, that was almost lost due to it was rusting at the base of that statue. So that would have been lost. So periodic maintenance on that should be every 3 to 4 years, which is what we've been trying to do, and we're stretching that. For instance, the Exedra seating is a marble or stone that needs to be carefully cleaned. You don't sandblast it because you ruin the surface. So you're going to have to clean it and seal it with the appropriate materials. And that should be done a similar every 3 years.
When were those done last?
It was a good we're going on 4 to 5 years of them. And that's, last year was, we're really stretching it right now. And that's where I was using an example that what the town has to do is going to be increased now with the improvements at the Mason Library too, which will need the similar type of maintenance. I don't want the finance committee or the select board to react to that tonight, but I'm just saying this is an ongoing issue that needs to be addressed at the right times, and hopefully we don't.
Well, I would. Well, we could talk about that in the future, but that we have to find another way to maintain that statute.
What about if we put 5,000 to the I guess I still sort of this idea of
Historic district.
and then if there's anything left over, it could be used for maintenance, because it doesn't seem like the full 5,000 always gets used.
Well, it's going to be from now on. It's got to be. We need to do, we need to do a similar, I'm looking for a similar funding that you do for staff and clerical for the design advisory committee.
So you said 5,000 was the minimum.
Right.
So
And
what
for-
is
for
the
our-
amount that would
The
be?
minimum for the commission, for the historical commission or the district commission?
District.
Historic district.
So for maintaining the statues, for doing the work that you've been trying to do for 3 to 4 years, is that doable within the $5,000 budget?
No.
So what is the minimum that would accomplish anything with any of the statues?
We would be utilizing, if we were to do any maintenance of the statues, it would need the 10,000 for fiscal year 26, along with using our current 5,000 in the budget that hasn't been expended, but would be proposed to do cleaning prior to July 1st. Certain parts of the necessary work. It'd be splitting the work up with a contractor, doing it in two steps. One, this for fiscal year 25, the remainder in fiscal year 26. So that would be 5,000 for the current year maintenance, 5,000 for 26 maintenance, and then 5,000 for clerical administrative needs of the
commission.
That's the commission, not the district.
Well, the district, I mean,
There's a difference in
The district commission.
So we're not even on the historic commission.
They said they could get by without it.
Okay.
So it seems to me 10,000 sounds like the minimum for doing work on the statue and for fulfilling their statutory obligation for the
No
year.
pun intended.
Yeah.
So I would
Yeah,
say,
so
yeah, that's a good one.
all right,
Thank
so
you.
fi-
Good
so
catch.
5,000 for each, right? 5,000 for each.
Well,
No.
no,
one
10,000 for the historic district
District
commission. And my understanding from Don's presentation was that his discussion with the historical commission is that even if we had nothing in the line, they would be fine.
They're pretty easy going.
They're pretty easygoing.
Yeah.
So for this year, because they put off statue, I'm just thinking to maximize our budget towards the statues by putting 10,000 in this year towards that.
Go ahead, Don.
I just, to make sure, I want to make sure the major expenses of the historical commission would be the archives, the resources that have been donated to the town that are stored on the second floor of the Ramsdale Library. And that's where most of the monies that the historical commission spends are on supplies for that area and for doing inventory and cataloging what are up in that second floor that are the historical commission's
Nothing.
historic resources. So that's not going to be done. There's not going to be any more work done on that during the fiscal year without money. I just want to explain what they're freely not doing.
I think we understand, just from your discussion about not preserving the monuments and waiting a few more years. I think we're at the point where we have to fund that. So I would recommend that we are looking at 10,000 for the historic districts commission so they can do the work that needs to be done on at least one of the statues.
And I would take a second on that if I were you, Phil.
I think that's what I'm doing a motion that for that particular line item.
Okay, so
Historic
you're-
districts
Dis-
commission.
Historic district commission, 10,000. I'll second that motion.
Any votes on that from our committee?
Well, are we voting?
Just for the
Just that one line item, that
One
one line
line
item, yeah.
Oh.
One line item, $10,000,
We
Historic
didn't vote
District
yet on Du
Commission.
Bois though.
We're not there yet.
We're
Yeah.
only
We're not?
voting on the
Yeah,
one line
yeah.
item.
Gotta walk before we run. $10,000 for that line item. That's the motion on the table.
And second.
Isn't
All
that,
right, I'll second it.
Okay, any further comment?
Further
All those
comment?
approving?
I'm good.
All right, so that's approved.
Well,
So all four of us, okay,
Yeah.
that's approved.
Eric,
Well, really only second, but I'll vote for it.
Same motion.
do I have a second? I'll second it. Discussion. All in
yeah,
favor? Oh,
I just think, what's wrong with the 9? Are we going to 10?
I think you're,
I don't know where.
We're talking about the historical commission.
No.
Historic district.
Historic
District.
District Commission. I think they need to change their name.
Yeah,
So that we can better
Yeah.
describe.
it's sort of an evil plot here to make
It
it look
is,
bad.
it's very evil.
So Historic District Commission, $10,000 is what's on the
Yes.
table.
So I have a motion and a second discussion.
Yeah, I guess I'll just say, I was kind of thinking that this one, we would ask, all these commissions to take the hit this month, this year personally.
I think the problem with the statutes, if you don't do them, you're gonna run yourself into trouble.
Yeah.
And to make it more tangible, we are talking about the statue in front of Town Hall, right?
And the model of this
All
in
in
front
favor?
of town hall.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, I was pointing towards the statue.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Okay, so let's move to Historical Commission, which is the Malcolm Fix efforts with the stored materials at the library, if I have that right.
And I
Right,
thought
and
we-
no, yeah, at the.
At the second floor of the.
So,
So is this a stipend?
So we
Do
wanted
they
to-
pay?
Also, can I just add that the Historical Commission does do the yearly maintenance of the Newsboy statue at 23 in Silver Street.
So, I'll make a motion that will fund the Historical Commission at $5,000. Do we have a second?
Why?
And they don't need that
I
much,
don't
they
understand
just
why
want
we-
inventory. They can't-
No, they all.
Right?
They also do the newsboy.
Newsboy,
Oh, they do the news.
because that's outside of the district.
That's why.
Oh.
That's why you figured it out.
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right.
you're just not getting it, Madonna.
I know.
And these are.
All right, so
I
it's
heard first that they
$5,000.
didn't need the money.
Okay,
That's what I heard.
yes,
first.
yes. Okay, so a motion for $5,000 for the Historical Commission.
And seconded.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
do I have a motion?
So you have
Do I
to
have a
wait for
second?
my vote.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
All right.
Aye.
Thank you.
Do I have a second? I'll second. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
All right.
No,
Did you aye?
I'm gonna go with Garfield on this one.
Okay, two to two, we don't recognize. It's an
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we all understand exactly.
So are we,
Now, how much?
Okay, so now can we
Your
do?
voice.
it's asking 5,000.
that's what
You're looking at ag next week.
No, we're gonna move on to the Du Bois Commission. They're asking 5,000. Do we have a motion?
I make,
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we support $5,000 in the budget for the Du Bois Commission.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Same motion.
second.
Discussion? All in
Aye.
favor? Aye. Unanimous. Agriculture.
Last thing is agriculture.
They
No, we
only
still
asked
have-
for
we have
1,000, but they really need that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a motion that we fund the Agricultural Commission for $1,000.
I would second. I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Same motion.
Okay, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Three votes.
So it
Okay,
doesn't
so
matter.
finish
We have the
versus no.
trees left. Are we doing anything with the trees? Are we approving the
Thank
defunding of the trees?
Hold on, what was the trees originally?
Well, the trees were originally 5,000.
Oh, gosh.
And then the recent suggestion, recommendation was to remove that budgeting.
Yeah.
Well, there was 0 last year. Remember,
It's a proposed new thing.
oh, it's a new line item, I'm sorry.
So as a new line item, I would make
Yeah,
a
I'm-
motion that we do not approve, or we accept the recommendation to change our
How about a number?
suggestion
How about a
that-
number?
0.
You're making a motion for 0 on the
zero.
tree committee.
For
Okay,
tree committee.
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Same motion. A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we're done with the memo. So where are we?
Okay, hopefully,
I
you-
think we're on capital.
That's what I just
Hold
wanted to check.
Hold on,
Where are we?
hold on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen.
I mean, if I was unmuted, thank you very much.
And thank you, Gwen.
Yeah.
so we
Thank
think
you,
we're
John.
0, 21. We just funded that for 21.
So well, better you know.
Now you got it.
You got it in a slide. Right, you got it, say it.
Yes, please, I'll take it.
Well, I'll take a stab at it. I think we said our net cut is about 60,000.
We cut?
Me too. We've added $256,723 back in.
Right.
So.
Yeah,
my
take it out of free
recommendation is as follows.
Recommendation is,
You use free cash to fund that. So you're gonna use more free cash to reduce the levy than you had previously done.
Okay, what is the number again, Iman? You just said?
256,723 is what you added.
256.
back.
So, we have a motion for the fight.
is that what is over the levy limit?
No,
No, that keeps us under.
you can't just go up to the limit.
But which was the one that we said we were gonna go back and look at if we had to do, where was that?
Oh, it's the finance committee reserve fund. I'm fine with it. It's- Yeah, it was, yeah, I think I had recommended reducing the finance committee reserve fund from the increase of $50,000, but after tonight's conversations.
So the motion on the table should be to increase our use of free cash by that figure one more time.
$256,726.
I'm sorry, 5 people were giving me that number. Ally, what is it?
256,723.
For 256,723.
Yeah, so just to recap. We brought for you tonight reductions of 343,000. Of those 343,000, only $112,277 made it through. And things were added and a lot of the reductions were restored. So that is what the difference is with that 235.
I thought it was 56.
256,723 rather. So
Ally, and
that's the
can I-
difference.
Can I just ask one clarification? Does that include the vocational transportation increase?
No, because that's from free cash, so that was
That's
not
already
tax
from
levy.
The vote was to take that from free cash.
Oh, I see.
So it was not tax levy.
So essentially, you're adding 256,723 back to the tax levy, which you cannot do. You do not have.
Right,
that.
so we have to pull that out
You
of
don't
free
have that
cash.
room. You have to use free cash or reserve or some other.
Or a couple more, we're not good at that.
And just in case anybody's doing the math, the 112,277 that made it through. Adding to the 256,723 equals 369, which is not 344, which is what we came in here with. It's because there were additions added. So just so that we're not confused
Okay,
why it doesn't
okay.
match.
That's fine, I understand.
Okay.
Used a lot.
Exactly.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
Yeah,
Keep the
second.
motion.
I
It is
second the motion.
seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And we still have tab 7 capital.
You get cranky at this time.
Well,
Frankie, welcome.
Hour and a half ago.
yeah, exactly.
He's been holding back and now he.
Please take a seat. So we don't have a new capital sheet, right, or do we?
Yes. and then we have-
Was there?
No, the last one was 226.
Yes, 226.
So. We've talked about all these, we just haven't voted on.
I see, okay.
Or do we?
Should make it easier in theory.
This is gonna be so complicated, would we vote line by line?
Oh, could we come back next week?
Well, we have a Tuesday public hearing, we could come back Monday, but if we do that, we already have a meeting Monday.
We need to finish this tonight. I
I'm fine.
personally don't have any more nights to give. 'cause
Yeah,
it's already
I'm
close.
fine doing that.
I would like to make an initial motion to cut the $14,500 for the drone and $6,000 for the e-bike from the capital requests. They both come out of the tax levy. Of course, it's not helping us with our reduction to this, but it is in some other way not asking the citizenry to vote to allow those over the levy limit. Any second to that motion, Finance Committee?
I'll second the motion. We actually, I'm very impressed that our police, colleagues have stayed
Do we
here.
have any discussion?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
I would just say, I mean, I like the e-bike, you know, I think people are always saying that they want to see police out there on the street and in the community. And I just think an e-bike helps with that. Maybe, I don't know if you'd agree. Okay, so I think it's, again, I think this is a place where we get a lot of bang for our buck on that. So I would like to support the e-bike. I like the idea of that police are not always just sitting in cars or behind a desk. So this is, I think, a great way to do it. The drones, if I recall correctly, were a safety issue in terms of fire or other emergencies. I don't know. I was convinced during the meeting that these were helpful.
I would say that none of the capital requests were for no reason,
Yes, I think, yeah.
but I am looking to cut as much as possible from the capital requests if they're not seriously needed, because in some way they are going to be paid for by the citizen.
I agree with. Okay, well, I'm gonna make a motion to approve the police budget as stated, 147,600.
I will second, but I didn't. Okay, I will second.
Any further discussion?
No,
If you lose Madonna.
You lost
Madonna, okay.
but I think three of us can pass it.
Okay, we'll see. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Same motion?
So second
Second with
discussion.
I guess that's concerned about the drone and whether or not we really need that all-weather drone. I think that's what that was
It
for.
was.
Yeah, this is really, I'm not sure if I'm sold on that. And the e-bike, to make a drive. In the old days, cops would walk the beat. I'm not saying that they should be getting beat up and too tired, but at the same time. A street presence on foot is always nice as well. And I remember seeing officers riding bicycles, and I'm not trying to make them work harder, because they were smart, not harder, but at the same time. I don't know if I want to spend $6,000 on.
And so we have a motion. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, I would just say as far as the drone goes, I think after that forest fire we did, we saw the use of that and then some of these other things the drones are being used for, so. Yeah, we've asked the police before to take some cuts. I think this is palatable for me, these line items.
So we have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay, we have the fire budget radios, 25 handheld, 9 apparatus. And I recall Chief Turner basically saying
Your
The
requirements.
stuff we have right now doesn't work. It's sort of-
Fire department's got almost nothing. I don't know how you can
Yeah,
even talk about it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I'll make a motion to approve the fire department.
Second.
Yeah, all's in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, transit type A vehicles.
Can someone remind me what they are?
There's electric vehicles? I think.
One is, they're a Ford Transit type van. One is for both handicap accessible. One is electric, one is conventional.
And what are they used for?
Used for transportation, seniors, medical, disabled, and workforce rides with the transit.
They're so inexpensive.
Do we have charging stations for the electric?
We have one charging station behind town hall. When we need fast charge, we use either the Tesla station or something.
It's a.
With 85% of the cost of vehicles is paid by a grant, this represents just 15% of the cost.
Oh, I see, that's why.
Okay.
So, I make a motion that we approve the expenditure of 28,600 for the type A vehicles.
Second.
All those in favor?
Same motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Okay, technology, we've concluded that we absolutely need this, so I'll make a motion to approve the technology capital request.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Okay,
On the vehicles and equipment, it seems to me that, we were told at the last meeting that the pickup truck F-350 is not needed.
Still here? There he is.
But that was correct, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And,
This wasn't the wastewater, we're on the DPW.
we're on the DP,
The cemetery. dump truck.
DPW.
No, sorry, the pickup.
Pickup truck.
Under DPW.
Oh, yeah, that was the wastewater down below.
Yeah.
Did you say last time that that was not needed, the pickup truck 350?
No, it's down below. Keep going down. You'll see another one.
Yeah.
I'll cross that out. Yeah, yeah.
It's 85,000.
That's the one you were talking about?
And you really do need that excavator, really? Seriously? We can't, but,
100%?
Yeah, well, it's.
I mean, I know it's gonna be
It's
convenient.
a money saver. And I think I shared with some of you, the debt service on that is about $18,000 a year. Last year, in hiring a contractor, renting his excavator, so far in FY25, we spent 26,000. So we would do the work ourselves, we would do a lot more work ourselves. So,
Okay, just to highlight, one of the things that came up before is that when we're authorizing capital request for a replacement vehicle, that the department wouldn't be going out to buy it tomorrow necessarily. They basically would continue to use existing vehicles where possible and essentially try to time it as efficiently as possible when they actually spend the money, borrow the money, buy the new vehicle. Is that a fair summary?
so you're saying only spend it?
I'm saying, yeah, we're authorizing
Right.
the borrowing for this equipment.
Right.
The timing that you actually purchase the equipment may be delayed somewhat.
Right, so I think I offered that for the Freightliners, big Freightliners that are $400,000 or so. There's one a year for the next 3 years. We've evaluated them and feel that they can be pushed out. Chris had a good recommendation where let's keep the authorization in there in case we need it.
Right, that's what I was trying to say at this late night.
I think that applies to some, but not.
Okay, that's fair, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to approve this entire 965,900.
Second.
All those in favor?
Same motion?
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
So in the next buildings and grounds segment, did I understand correctly that the 150,000 is already sitting somewhere waiting to be used, so that line isn't needed
But I
to
have
be
that as well,
approved?
too.
I had a not.
That's the one that the cemetery's offering the money up for that, Chris.
The fire station, GV, 150,000?
We don't need that. Last year.
Right,
Yeah, you could scratch that.
But Joe, you did ask that that be moved to the emergency.
Yeah, I remember that. I have that.
But
I
we
did,
would,
but it offers us a cushion, you know.
we would like not to move it, just remove it.
So that's fine, you know, I guess be prepared, because things happen, you know, and I tried this once and Chief Turner called me on. Well, we had some issues up in Housatonic, I'm gonna make, yeah, I don't have money to fix it. Well, you know, one of his officers go to him, he goes to the town manager, you gotta fix it. You know, so not picking on the chief, but you gotta fix the stuff.
I mean, the other way to look at this is he's not gonna borrow it if there's not an emergency and he doesn't need
For
it.
sure, absolutely.
But he said he had the money from last year.
No,
and
no,
so
we're
we
talking
didn't
about
need
moving
it.
a fire station
Yeah, exactly.
to various emergencies
general.
improvements. That's what he had asked last time, to make that.
Why don't,
250.
why don't
Why
we
don't
make,
I-
why
Oh,
don't,
yeah,
why,
right here,
yeah.
right here.
Whatever. you-
Right, but then didn't you just say we didn't need it, so?
Then he said he didn't need it.
So why are we
Let's
still
just,
talking about
why
Yeah.
we keep adding it?
Right,
Just
so
don't
let's
add
just
it.
go back to that, let's move it along.
That's not what he said.
Didn't you just say we didn't need the 150 and we give it
Yeah.
to?
Yeah,
It's listed under the fire station, and I think that was carried over from last year's spreadsheet. Because if you recall, we did those building assessments under emergency needs, and last year for FY25, 150 for the fire station, including some work on the roof. I don't need it this year for the roof, because I have last year's money, I haven't spent it yet. So I could still accomplish the work that needs to be done. And I suggested that you take that and move it into an emergency fund in case we need it. You don't want to, no.
Can we look at it again next year?
Absolutely. So I'm gonna make a motion that we approve this budget. We eliminate the fire station money, we approve the budget, which would be 463,000, if I have my math right.
Is that right, Ally? Second,
Yes.
Do you want to vote?
Okay, so we have the motion for 463,000 for building and grounds, do
and
we,
seconded.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And one no.
No.
Steve.
Okay. Street and bridge improvements. Okay, so this include, the big number there is authorization for this large project that probably won't be borrowed for quite a while, if I remember correctly. But this authorization is critical to the grant application.
So it's 11,005,000.
No, it's 4,025,000.
Well, the full amount of the
What are we talking
request, yeah, the
So
full,
we have to approve the full
We have to
11,000.
full-
yeah, that's what we've been doing all along, yeah. 11,005,
11 million.
11 million, I'm sorry,
Five.
Freudian slip.
See, I do.
So, all right, so a motion to approve the street and bridge improvement capital request for 11,005,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Same motion?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Okay, so then we go to park and improvement.
So I'll make a motion that we approve capital request of 397,000 for park improvements and equipment.
Well, I had asked Chris to find out what part of that would come out of the tax levy, and it would be approximately 65,000. So I would recommend that we remove 65,000 from that figure. Which would come out of the 197 from other sources. Does that make sense?
Made sense to me.
So what's 397 minus 65?
132, does that sound?
No, that's not right. That's not right.
Two.
Did you say one?
Three.
He said 397 less 63. Yeah.
332,000. So the motion would be for approval of 332,000
for that park
for
improvement
that
equipment.
park and rec equipment.
Second,
All those in favor?
Can I just ask, so that means that's 65,000 less out of the tax levy?
Yes,
Well,
So that's 65,000 less.
not out of the
Yeah.
tax levy we've been voting on, but out of another way for for the voters to pay
yeah,
for it.
we're assuming that we'll be able to exclude this from the levy. We'll ask the voters to exclude that amount from the levy calculation.
Got it. Not really.
In some
I
way, it
know,
won't.
I know. We can talk about it more if you want, when we have. some
No, it's
state-
not now.
Okay, all right, so we approved the 332.
And from the wastewater.
So we're
No,
not,
it's up to them.
Oh,
same
sorry,
motion,
sorry.
any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
So,
Okay, we're
with-
headed to the wastewater.
And all we have to do is remove the 85,500 for the Ford F-250, which
And
is
the
not.
pumps, and remove the pump station
and the
upgrade.
pump station said Avery Lane was not needed.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Well, that's
The
what
pump
The pump
station,
station, 3,500,000.
is that still on the budget? Is that still?
I had that as crossed out.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
not getting done enough, like.
right. I think it's just, we didn't need it this year.
okay, so
Okay.
we can cross
So
that.
we can cross
So
that.
we're eliminating the Ford F-250 pickup and the pump station upgrade.
So it's 850 plus 300. 11, so 1,150,000.
1,150,000.
No, at least that's my
Do
math.
do we have anyone concurring with your math? 'Cause,
Ally trusts me.
if-
What was the math?
The math is 850,000 plus 200,000 plus one.
Okay, so we agree, one
1,150,000 in wastewater
Capital request.
capital requests.
Second,
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Same motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving ahead, that's all in capital.
What's next?
Citizen speak time.
we still keep on.
James?
Jamie, go ahead.
Wow.
Good evening, everyone. This is James Garzone, 84 North Plain Road. I'll keep this very brief. I appreciate everybody's work. Thank you, Garfield, for mentioning Du Bois, which is very important. I just want to really address, after 4 hours of hard work and cutting 100, 500, 1,000 here and there is really upsetting. To me, the real issue is the school budget. They spent 15 minutes to cut 200,000, yet you spent over 4.5 hours cutting the same amount because we want to avoid the 2.5% override vote. I just don't understand how we're impacting the entire town, every department significantly, yet the real issue is the school. But yet we're going to vote or ask the citizens to vote very shortly to spend over $100+ million on a new school. We can debate the merit. I fully agree. Our youth is the most important, bar none. But yet we're cutting here and there, impacting the youth. We all know the school budget is what's driving all these cuts. So I applaud you for doing your best. Chris, thank you for doing your best. But long term, it's an issue, and it's really the school. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank
you. Anyone else? Unanimous consent, we are adjourned.